Hey everybody, sorry I'm a few minutes late. It's doing this weird thing on StreamYard where it wouldn't recognize the camera, but it seems to be doing it now. Let me know if you're having any problems with the video or the audio or anything like that. But I think that I got it working now after it was being obnoxious for a few minutes. So this is going to be just a very informal. I thought it would be fun to just chat because the X-Files video seems to be doing pretty well. I usually always have a guest on here just so, to kill time or so. Like right now, when I'm looking for something on my computer, I can just let them talk and pretend like I'm listening so that they fill up the silence while I look for things. But last time, the guest that I had left a little bit early, and I just started talking to people in the comments, and it was fun. And I do have a few X-Files related guests that I want to bring on at some point, but I'm still kind of arranging that. And I thought that, it would be better for them if we, after their, after I had a little bit more time for everybody to see the video, since they were going to take their time to come on here. And since it's a 6 hour video, I'm not assuming that everybody watches it the first day that it comes out. But I have been really encouraged by how many people have watched it because it's a long video and it's a new topic that I've never talked about before. And something like 80,000 people have watched it in the first few days, which I know it's not a lot for real YouTube channels, but for, my little rinky dink YouTube channel, that's pretty good. Let me see what the numbers are. 86.5 thousand people have watched it. So, yeah, that's something. The interesting part, I like on YouTube that you can see how many minutes people watch for, not individual people, but total. I can see how many minutes people have spent watching the channel, so you can see that people are actually sitting through most of the video and not just 2 minutes and then leaving. Like the number I'm looking at right now is 71,000 hours people have spent listening to me talk about X-Files, which is, that's flattering that people out there have spent 71,000 hours listening to me talk about X-Files, just because, I found comments recently from when I started my YouTube channel and I put up my first video, my first how to watch Star Wars video. And I was all excited that I was like, wow, like 200 people have watched this. I was like, oh my God, I never thought 200 people would watch it. So, that was fun. So anyway, because there were that many people that were interested in the X-Files video, I just thought I would jump on here to talk about it before I actually bring in like a real guest and everything. So there are a few people commenting, so it seems like this is actually broadcasting. There was also a weird thing with YouTube, like about an hour ago, YouTube wasn't loading for me, so I thought I might have to cancel this. I don't know if that was just my YouTube or if that was YouTube having a problem, but either way. Let's see. I actually thought of like, conversation topics I could do for this, but it seems kind of a little bit not that interesting. I was going to reply to some of the comments that I had. It's weird that this video has got like, I don't know, 600 comments or something, and almost all of them are nice, and like 3,000 something people have hit like on it. But then you get like those one or two really dumb or belligerent comments, and of course that's what sticks in your mind. And so I'm like, oh, I want to rant about this, and then I was like, what, that's actually not that interesting. I don't need to give that person attention. So just kind of decided to not do that really. But I guess I could just start going through questions that people have asked. I was also interested to see who showed up here, because I have the usual people that show up to these live streams, but the thing with the X-Files video is it's kind of a new topic for me, so I have, like, all these, people that were new to the channel. I don't think that at first, when it first went up, YouTube gave me this little, like, little sad message, and it's like, "Less of your subscribers than usual are clicking on this video." Oh, like, they try to make you feel bad about it, like, "Why aren't you doing better videos?" But then about a half a day later, I guess X-Files people started to find it, and instead the message was replaced with a little happy message saying, "Your videos are appealing to a wider audience than usual." And then after that happened, it started to go really fast, so I was like, "Well, that's good because that means new people are finding it." I mean, I know that I have the regular people, but I have certain people that just want me to do Star Wars all the time, but it's like, my last Star Wars video, which was a lot of work, it's almost got to 60,000 views now after like 6 or 7 months, and this X-Files video got to 86,000 views in just a few days. And my Sopranos video has almost, I think, over 500,000 views, and my, Woody Allen video had something like over a 250,000 views. So, I gotta the Star Wars thing is nice, but it's not even, like, in my top 4 most popular videos, really. But, I am still gonna my next one is gonna be the big Star Wars one, by the way. People have been asking. It's gonna be uh, Force Awakens video, which is kind of something I've been, procrastinating about for years, because if you look at all my videos, kind of like the common theme is that I'm always defending things that I think are underappreciated or unfairly maligned, defending the ending of Sopranos, or I'm defending the new seasons of X-Files, or defending the Star Wars prequels. And when I get to The Force Awakens, it's going to be the opposite case because I'm not defending anything. It's something that I can't stand, which is much less fun to put in months of work making a video, watching something you can't stand over and over. But I've already done a lot of work on the video, so I don't think it'll take that long to finish it. So I guess I'll answer a few questions and see how this is going before I fall too behind on the questions and end up just never catching up with people with what people are saying. Let's see, I'll answer the questions by the couple people that got here and left questions early because that's good. It's kind of stock something there. Thoughts on Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings movies? Uh, yeah, I was a fan of the Lord of the Rings book since I was a little kid, like a serious fan. Like, I tried to learn to write in Elvish and everything. If you watch my X-Files videos or my Star Wars video, you can tell whenever I get into something, I get obsessive about it. So as a little kid, I was seriously into Lord of the Rings and learned all the maps and everything. And so I've always had issues with those movies because they just fuck up the books unnecessarily. I don't think they're great movies. I think if they're good movies, they're a lot like the Game of Thrones show, and that they're good when they stick to the source material. And then the second that they get, like, if you never read the books, you can probably tell, you could probably guess watching those movies when he abandons the source material, because it just immediately gets stupid. It goes from like this really beautiful dialogue to just cliches, because Peter Jackson can't write. So yeah, that's kind of my thought on the Lord of the Rings movies. But the Lord of the Rings movies, they had enough source material to kind of make it watchable. When they got to the Hobbit movies, that's when it really got to be a nightmare. Somebody said my voice isn't picking up very well on the microphone. Tell me if that's better, because I just moved it closer. But most important question: do I believe in aliens? I believe that there's definitely other life in the universe. I mean, I think it's sort of beyond our human comprehension, just what a tiny little dot our planet is. So to think that we're the only life in the universe, um, is really ridiculous. I don't know. I don't necessarily believe there's like UFOs visiting us or anything. I don't know if we're especially that interesting. And I do think if there's other life or other consciousness, I think it's probably there's a good chance it's so different than us. It might not really be life like we conceive of life. That's when people are like, "How come we haven't heard from other civilizations?" It's well, we're assuming if they're sending out radio waves or something, the way that they communicate, the way that they think might be so completely different to how we think that there's we would have no idea how to even try to detect it. That's kind of my theory on that. But somebody told me that the microphone didn't improve much when I moved it closer. Well, let me see if I can turn up the volume a little bit. Well, let's see. That's as high as the volume goes on this microphone. If it's still a problem for a lot of people, I can switch to another microphone. Let me know if it's a problem. Otherwise, try to turn up the volume. Sorry if this isn't very loud, but let's see. Oh, here we're getting X Files questions. I kind of like X Files questions since that's the new video, but we can talk about anything. Do you think that Scully gave herself a miracle pregnancy at the end of season 10? Carter makes the point. I don't think Scully gave herself a pregnancy. I think Scully got knocked up by Mulder in the hotel room. But I think the point that Carter's always trying to make whenever he said that Mulder is the father of Scully's new pregnancy, he said that he always points out that her alien DNA is an important factor. I think what he's trying to say there is that obviously what's been done to her DNA and everything is important, and that the baby is going to be part alien. Which on the show, aliens being God, that means that the baby is a union between Scully and the aliens. So the baby is like Jesus's union between human and God. That's I think that's what Carter's saying is that the baby is you know half human. The baby is a divine, because William and Emily were both created in a lab, as they make a big point of. They were both made by humans. This new pregnancy would, in theory, be uh, Scully and Mulder with alien DNA. So it would actually be Scully and God, if we're going there with the aliens being God. So I think that's why but like I say in the end of the video, I don't know until Carter says. But as somebody that did a super chat, so thank you for that. One of your themes is the artists didn't fall off when they didn't give fans what they wanted. Is there any artists that you think really did fall off? I'm usually a fan of artists' whole careers. I usually think that a lot of people focus on they focus on like the first 4 years of Bob Dylan or whatever. I think that if I'm interested in artists, I'm interested in their whole career. Charlie Chaplin made some of his best movies when he was older. Uh, Hitchcock had his whole run of Psycho and Vertigo and all those really amazing iconic things that was really late in his life. He'd already done like 40 movies. So, I'm usually fans of the whole filmography. I don't really, the stuff that they make when they get older is different. So it doesn't have that youthful like, oh, I'm gonna set the world on fire thing. But it has a lot of times it has more skill and it has more perspective. It has deeper things to say a lot of times. So a lot of times I get more into like the late career works of artists. A lot of Charlie Chaplin's later films are some of his best films. Hitchcock, like I just said, Bob Dylan's still making some of the best music he's ever made. So somebody told me the microphone sounds mildly better now. I can try a different microphone if you guys are, if you guys keep having problems with the sound, let me know and I can try another microphone. I don't want to start fucking around with it too much though, and make it worse. But if it's audible now, then I'll stick with this because this is the microphone I've used for past live streams. Let's see. Oh, this was a continuation of the Scully miracle pregnancy question. Um, yeah, one of the comments I got, somebody's objected to my idea that the aliens communicate, that the purity virus communicates telepathically with the metal on the ship. I think it would have to though, because they communicate when they're the black oil. I think that's the whole point is they have some sort of connection with this metal, and then that's how they operate their ships. And a really interesting thing in the two-parter in season 9, Providence and Provenance. If you remember, there's that cult that's trying to get William, and they're the one they want Scully. They kidnap William, and they want Scully to kidnap to kill Mulder to get William back, because they said that they're the ones that say that the prophecy was that William and Mulder can't live at the same time, or else William's going to stop the alien invasion. So this cult thinks that the aliens are God, right? And so the cult is trying to help the aliens, and they said that they're getting messages from the ship. So somehow the ship is communicating with the leader of this cult. I think his name was Josepho. Um, the idea that I gather is that the ship is communicating with him telepathically, and the ship is telling him, you've got to bring William to us. The ship wants them to bring William, right? And then when they get William there, they put William at the ship, and suddenly when William's there, the whole ship lights up. And remember in the same episode when they have the piece of the ship, the piece of the alien metal from the ship, when it's in the apartment with William, the metal starts rattling in the drawer, and then as soon as they open the drawer, the metal flies over and it floats over William's head. So that's obviously Williams telepathically has a link to this metal. And it's the same thing with Mulder. When Mulder has his alien abilities unlocked in the beginning of season 7, he gets the rubbings from the ship, and suddenly Mulder has all these telepathic abilities, and that was because he was exposed to the rubbings from the alien metal. Same thing happens with William when he's next to a piece of the alien metal. Suddenly, William's mind can move the alien metal, and then when the cult brings William to the ship, as soon as William gets into the proximity of the ship, the ship lights up and starts activating and moving, and then the ship takes off and flies away. And the only thing that changed is that William showed up. And so I think that the idea is that the ships need, telepathic communication from the aliens to activate the ship. That's what William's doing. It's why the ship is saying, bring me William, because that's something that whatever telepathic mental abilities that the aliens have, that's how the metal in the ship communicates and gets directions. That's what lets the ship fly off. It's what activates Mulder's telepathic ability. So I think that's a big. I don't know. Somebody just dismissed out of hand, like, I don't think the aliens telepathically communicate with their ships, and I'm like, isn't that what Mulder's doing for 2 whole episodes? It's what William does as soon as the piece of the ship is in the apartment, and you know, um, I think a lot of that stuff from later seasons, and a lot of this stuff I didn't really think about that much until I did a rewatch to make the video. But a lot of that stuff from later seasons, people just kind of thought, oh, it's gibberish, it's gobbledygook, and they didn't really try to make sense of it. But once you understand things like that, you go back and it's like, oh, yeah, this all makes sense. The William Mulder gets close to the rubbing from the metal, and suddenly telepathic stuff in his brain's unlocked. William gets close to a piece of the metal from the ship, suddenly telepathic stuff in his brain's unlocked. Like, it's actually very consistent and it makes a lot of sense. They keep showing you this stuff. And it's the same thing that or in the early seasons when Krychek is infected by the black oil is trying to get back to the ship, and Krychek pukes it out into the ship, and the black oil kind of like seeps into the ship. It's not like it walks through a door and presses a button, right? It's like the oil and the metal, meld, like mind meld in some kind of molecular way. They've got some sort of symbiotic relationship. I think that that's the idea behind the alien technology. And if you kind of go with that hypothesis and go through the show, it makes sense all the way through the show back to the beginning. And then it follows that part of the abilities that they're trying to give people when they're making the superhumans is they're trying to give people telepathy as part of the ability. A lot of the alien human hybrids have different types of telepathy. So William's telepathic. Emily is able to send Scully telepathic messages. Even in season one, the Eves, the Eves, the remember the cloned women that were part of that experiment, which I think is like an early kind of super soldier experiment. The Eves had like a telepathic connection to each other, the same way that uh, Scully and Emily have or Scully and William, or Scully and Emily, they all have telepathic connections. It's part of the alien brain abilities. It's the same thing that happens to Mulder. And the Eves can mentally talk to other Eves. The two little girls, they coordinate the murders of their fathers from across the country. And the other Eves ask, how did you coordinate your plans? And the little girls go, we just knew, because they're like, you know, they share a mind, they share a brain, exactly like William and Scully do in season 11. And I think it's something that it's one of those things when you understand that the projects are the same. The super soldiers and the superhumans and the hybrids, and then you start going back, and suddenly you're like, oh my god, this is really consistent. It's like all the way back to season one, we're seeing the same consistent ideas throughout the show. As opposed to being, just a bunch of random nonsense. Anyway, that was my long answer about alien telepathy, which I don't think was the question that was asked. I think what is being inferred there are reality warping psychological abilities between Scully and William, akin to the early episodes. Uh, yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was just going on about. I'm kind of trying to do these questions in order so that I don't lose a million. So this isn't an X Files question, but I'm clicking on this because I just posted last night about how I think that Temple of Doom is the best Indiana Jones movie, which it is by far. I think Spielberg, and for one thing, I love Spielberg. I like a lot of Spielberg movies, uh, especially when I was a little kid in the '90s. Jurassic Park and everything. Oh my God, that was my life. So I'm not knocking Spielberg, but I think that Spielberg is really kind of like a people pleaser, and if the audience doesn't like it, then he thinks it was a failure. Whereas George Lucas is more like, if the audience doesn't like it, he's like, "Fuck you, it's my movie." Which I like the George Lucas attitude personally. And Spielberg's done stuff like, he did a special edition of ET and he did all those changes. And then when fans got upset about it, he was just kind of like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and then the special edition of ET disappeared. Whereas if it was Lucas, he'd be like, "Fuck you, it's my movie." And I think that the Temple of Doom got a really negative reaction when it came out. And there's also the fact, I think Temple of Doom was much more Lucas's movie than it was Spielberg's movie. So for those reasons, Spielberg was kind of like, I washed my hands of it. It didn't work. I think it's kind of how he feels. Um, but in the end, I mean, I like the first and third Indiana Jones movies, but Temple of Doom is just so much more fun and creative and exciting. Bad day for live when YouTube just okay. This is what I was asking about earlier. That YouTube did in fact go down for a while when I was about an hour before the live stream. I thought, I didn't know if it was just me, but the rest of my internet seemed to be working. So seems to be working now. Other than somebody telling me the sound's a little low, but I think again, let me know if there's problems, and I'll try to fix what I can because I know that YouTube was having issues. Season 4 had an uptick in outright disturbing episodes like Home, where the X Files writers testing what boundaries they could push. I don't. I'm trying to think if I would really say that season 4 had more disturbing episodes. I kind of feel like they did well. Glenn Morgan and James Wong came back for a couple episodes. It's where we got home. So I think they were trying to do a little bit more straight up horror. They're also, one thing I noticed in the rewatch is in season 3, Chris Carter, there was a bunch of serial killer episodes. And then after Chris Carter started Millennium, that was kind of like his all the serial killer stuff kind of got moved over to Millennium. And I think that was kind of like that was an interest of Carter's, but he kind of compartmentalized it into the other show. Because before, so I sort of thought like season 4, the serial killer episodes kind of and Millennium became the darker show around season 4. But I guess season 4 does have a fair amount of horror episodes. I don't know if I'd say overall that it's really darker. I do think one thing I know about seasons 4 and 5 is that as the show got more popular, the writers were testing their limits as far as like gore and violence and everything. And Home was banned for a while because they pushed it too far with Home. But they have talked about they were trying to test their limits in that way. But I don't think that the show on a whole was really doing more horror. I think there was still they were still doing like small potatoes that season. They were still doing more comedy episodes. Um, but I think they were. It was like it was more a thing of just that they were kind of seeing that the Fox censors wouldn't tell them no anymore because they were such a giant show. So they could definitely get away with more. I'm trying to get through the older comments, and then but I'm also trying to keep an eye on the newer comments because people are telling me that YouTube's having issues. So I hope that people can actually see some of this. But thoughts on? I clicked on this one because I did kind of neglect Millennium and Lone Gunman in the video just because it purely, is already a 6 hour video. I think Millennium is a great show at times, but they were having production difficulties, so you could kind of see, like they sort of rebooted like every season. It became a different show, and I think it never really, they kind of quit before they ever really finished it because they were just having problems. But I think that there are definitely great parts. I'm not a big fan of Lone Gunman. It was just like, the humor is just like a different kind of humor than the X Files comedy episodes. There's just like, you know, puke and diaper jokes all the time, and it just, I don't know. Maybe if they would have got past half a season, they would have, refined it a little bit more. But it just kind of never went anywhere. So, but that show was kind of doomed. They were like the X Files was. I mean, Fox wasn't even into it, so it was like there was no promotion. It was kind of like I think that factors into it. Is it feels like the show was already doomed from the first episodes. You're just like watching this thing that wasn't gonna ever take off. I think that kind of colors it. Yes, Temple of Doom is the best. I agree. Millennium is a good show though. Check it out. It's not bad. Am I satisfied with the picture quality of the Star Wars 4K discs? Do you think they compare well to the other 4Ks? I talked a lot about this in another live stream that when Lucas sold Lucasfilm, he was kind of in the middle of doing a 3D transfer of the movies, and it's never been entirely clear how much he approved the transfers of Star Wars 4Ks. But they were doing 4Ks to convert them into 3Ds, but the 3D conversion was never finished. So I kind of, have mixed feelings. I feel like the Blu-rays of Star Wars were the last ones that we know Lucas fully personally approved. The 4K, he definitely did work on it because there's changes from the 4K after they were made after the Blu-rays. So I just don't know if he ever really finished it in terms of like color timing and stuff. So that's another question, but it's I think I talked about this for like 15 minutes on another live stream, so I don't want to repeat it all for people who already watched it. But I'm kind of happy with the Blu-rays. I feel like that was the last thing he totally approved of. But the 4Ks aren't bad. They're just the color timing seems a little unfinished. Would I do a video on Twin Peaks? Possibly. I love David Lynch. I think Twin Peaks season 3 is the best thing David Lynch ever did. So maybe. I know there's already that other big Twin Peaks explained video. Some people have compared my X Files video to that video only for X Files. I never actually watched the Twin Peaks one, so I don't know if mine would be redundant. I kind of feel like part of the reason why people are responding to the X Files video, and I've had a lot of people say this to me, is that there hasn't really been an X Files video that really, deeply went into the mythology for all of the seasons. So I kind of felt like that was it was a new thing in some ways. It was something that was new territory. Twin Peaks, somebody already did it. I don't know if I'd agree with what they did because I haven't watched it. This person was here on the previous live streams and also liked the X Files. I've had a lot of people that like my videos and my live streams that never watched X Files say that they watched the video anyway without watching X Files, which is interesting. Because I kind of wonder what you would make of that video if you haven't watched X Files. I feel like the video would just be all gibberish unless you know like every little thing about X Files. But I don't know, maybe not. Does Rick really like the old Addams Family newspaper comics? Yeah, I do. Classic. Thanks for the high quality videos. You're welcome. Thank you for appreciating. What was the point of the faceless rebels? Why remove the faces if not a rebel alien faction? My theory is that the orifices were closed off in order to keep the oil from leaving, not from entering. No, I think that the faceless rebels are alien human hybrids. I think that the closed off eyes thing is interesting because there's a couple different interpretations of that. They're kind of like wearing human masks. It's a little bit different than the shape shifting that you see like with alien bounty hunters. Because when you see some of the faceless alien rebels, it's not just that their eyes and nose are closed, it's that they're wearing kind of like a mask, right? Because they impersonate other people. They infiltrate the syndicate and they impersonate, and they can have a human mask with open eyes and nose, and they look like, the person that they're impersonating. And there's a couple of scenes, if you remember, in Two Fathers, One Son, where people rip the faces off the faceless alien rebels, and there's like red blood underneath. Um, you know, but they also seem like they're the same kind of thing as the alien bounty hunters. So I think that the faceless thing, I think that that's kind of like a mask. They use it to impersonate people. For one thing, when they don't have eyes, they can still obviously see. And another thing is that the lack of eyes and the lack of a mouth wouldn't necessarily keep the black oil from getting in their body. I think it's like the easiest way for the black oil to get in the body, but it can also go in, can break your skin and go in. In the movie, they kind of show that little boy that goes down in the pit. They show the black oil kind of gets in through his feet. So I don't think the black oil really. I'm trying not to veer too much into my own theories apart from stuff that's actually laid out in the show, but they do leave a certain amount of ambiguity to that stuff, so you can kind of like I say in the video, they want you to make your own theories rather than telling you this is the answer, this is it. But the faceless alien rebels, I don't think that the faceless thing was necessarily just about keeping out the black oil. I think the faceless thing was, it was like a mask that they wore to impersonate people. And the whole idea that they were killing people to stop colonization, you know, if we're going with the season 10 and 11 explanation, we know that that wasn't true. That's why I kind of have the theory that I talk about in the video that the faceless alien rebels, they were actually killing the syndicate because they were working. The rebels were working for the higher levels of the project, like Strughold, and the syndicate. After the syndicate had done successful hybrids with Cassandra, they had kind of served their purpose. That was their part of the project. Was since 1973 they'd been doing the alien human hybrids, and with Cassandra they'd sort of done what that part of the project was supposed to do. And so then the rebels were sent to kill the syndicate, because they had already served their purpose and they weren't going to be part of the final group of people after the Spartan virus that lives on into the utopia. They weren't one of the chosen elites. They were employees for the chosen elites. The Strughold was one of the elites. The syndicate were people working for the billionaires and those are the people that are going to survive the plague. The syndicate were kind of employees, and then after they had served their purpose, the alien rebels were sent in to kill them. And so the whole idea that the alien rebels were there to stop colonization, I think, was kind of their cover story. And that's why we know that the faceless thing, that was just kind of like their, it was one version of their masks. They had this sort of mask that they wore to imitate people, infiltrate groups. They even show one of the alien rebels in the scene right before they kill the syndicate. He has like a human looking face, and then it morphs into the faceless face, the face with the eyes and the mouth shut. Um, so we know that their eyes and their mouths weren't actually permanently closed in any way. And we know that the face that they have could be ripped off. We saw that happen several times. So the idea that they closed their eyes and they closed their mouth in order to keep out the black oil, I think that was kind of just like the cover, the thing that they're, that was their explanation. But I don't see how that would really keep out the black oil when their face and sometimes they had eyes, sometimes their mouths opened, so it wasn't like a permanent disfigurement. I think that was kind of like their, you know, uh, cover story and a way to stay anonymous. That's how I made sense of it in my own mind, anyway. I'm going a little bit into theories and stuff that's not necessarily, you know, spelled out for you in the show, but that's sort of my own theory about it, anyway. I keep scrolling back down to check the comments to see if people are telling me that they can't hear me or that the stream has stopped, because I know that YouTube's having these problems with the stream stops. I might just be talking to myself, but it seems like people are still there. So, um, if I've never seen it, should I start with episode 1 of the X Files, or can you jump around? You can definitely jump around, but it's better if you watch them in order. They make more sense. The only problem with watching them in order is there's a lot of them that aren't really necessary. So you're gonna hit some that are like, they're just little mystery stories. They're not terrible, but they're not really. If you're trying to appreciate the big picture and you've never seen it before, it's a 218 episode journey. So in the beginning, you're going to be like, the early seasons will have like 4 or 5 mythology episodes, and then like, you know, 20 episodes that are about werewolves or whatever. So, you can skip around, but it'll make more sense if you go in order. I thought that I should do like maybe I'll do it and pin it in the comments on the video, a watch list of what I consider to be like the necessary episodes, the mythology episodes, and then the best standalone episodes. I'm sure other people have made a list like that too, but I think there's a way that you could watch the show and watch maybe like about 100 episodes that would be really good. And then you could go back and watch all the standalone episodes you missed. Did I enjoy the Tintin Spielberg film? I really don't like that movie. Yeah, it's not that great. You've talked before about how much you like William Friedkin and The Exorcist, but do you have any thoughts on William Peter Blatty's own films and novels? The first Exorcist book is one of my favorite books. That book's amazing. And William Peter Blatty directed the third Exorcist movie, which is it's okay. It's good. It's bad. It's a not a bad movie. It's just nothing really holds up to the first Exorcist movie, but his book is great. The first Exorcist movie, it's one of those movies that almost just uses the novel as a script. It's like word for word the novel, but the novel gives you a little more depth and stuff. So I like the novel a lot. And then Blatty also wrote a sequel. It's called Legion. Um, that's good too. That's a good book too. Yeah, I like William Peter Blatty is he's a good writer. That's a great book. Yeah, I'd like to do like a David Lynch video, uh, but especially Twin Peaks. I'll have to watch that other Twin Peaks explainer video and see if it actually if I agree with it. Maybe I'll do like a rebuttal video if I think that it's all wrong. But I don't know if I would think that. The thing with Twin Peaks also is that X Files or Star Wars have been into it for 30 years. So I have a background of just it's kind of been marinating in my brain for a long time. Twin Peaks, I actually came to Twin Peaks kind of later on. Because when I was younger, when Twin Peaks was originally on, it was like I was like 9 years old or something, and it was not a pop show that a lot of people watched. And so I missed it the first time around, and then it was like when it was gone, to see it at the time, you'd have to buy VHS tapes or something, so it's really hard to see it. And then when I was in my teens, I tried to watch David Lynch, and I watched like Blue Velvet and a couple things. But when I was like 13, 14, it was just way over my head. I didn't understand what I was watching. I liked Elephant Man because that was more of a narrative movie. But when I tried to watch, I tried to watch Eraserhead and Blue Velvet, and they were just, when I was 13, it was over my head. I didn't understand it. So I didn't really come back to David Lynch until I was like in my 20s. And then, I heard a lot about Twin Peaks as it was like this crazy, it was like David Lynch does a TV show. And it's like this crazy art house movie, but it's like a TV show, and when I watched it, it was not what I expected. Because the first two seasons, and especially the second season, which I know David Lynch was involved in most of it. But anyway, when I watched it, I was expecting this crazy David Lynch Blue Velvet kind of art house thing, and it was much more conventional than I thought it would be. And so I was just kind of like, I didn't really understand it. And then when the third season of Twin Peaks finally came out, I watched that and I was like, oh, this is what I always wanted Twin Peaks to be, which was like a 18-hour David Lynch movie, full on, very surreal, abstract David Lynch movie. Especially like that one episode of season three where there's almost no dialogue. And I was like, this was the Twin Peaks in my mind that I wanted it to be when people were talking about how it was like this crazy art house movie for TV. So when season three of Twin Peaks came out, that was when it really clicked for me and when I really got into Twin Peaks. But that was relatively, late. That was last decade. So that's my long explanation of why I didn't really get into Twin Peaks until, the last 10 years or so. And then I really started to love it. But it wasn't something that I've been into for 30 years, like with X Files. So yeah, I don't. It would be a little bit more of a. That wasn't the first one I would do a video about because I don't feel like I'm as much of an expert on it, as I would be on something that I've been watching for a long, long time. Anyway, let's see. Hi Rick, I love the video. It crystallized a lot of half thoughts I've had about the myth arc over the years. There's also strengthened my resolves as a season 10 and 11 enjoyer and defender. Good, I'm glad. I was glad to kind of rehabilitate season 10 and 11. Because I felt bad, like I talk about it in the video. I didn't hate them at first, but I was just kind of like, like a lot of people, I thought there was going to be the alien invasion that I watched. I was kind of like, oh, okay, it's a monster of the week and um, no alien invasion. Okay, so my initial reaction was to support. When I've rewatched them a lot, especially the deeper I got into the video, I started to think that it started to make me really sad that we never got to season 12 because when I was watching season 11, after I rewatched it several times, season 11 now it feels to me like season 10 they were kind of off, they hadn't done it for a long time and it was a very short season 10, so they were kind of finding their footing, they were figuring out what they wanted to do. But when they got to season 11, it feels like to me season 11 feels like, oh wow, they're really cooking now. And when you watch season 11, I don't think there's any other season of the X Files that is so thematically coherent as season 11. In season 11, every single episode, a lot of them aren't technically mythology episodes, but every single episode in season 11 thematically has something to do with the big messages of the season, which are the themes of the season are immortality, dreams, reality. How do we know if reality is real? But also the theme of the coming apocalypse, the theme of the collapse of society and like billionaires taking over. Um, all those themes. Those themes go through every episode of the season in this really interesting way. Even a season like an episode like Familiar, which first time I saw Familiar, it kind of seemed like kind of a weak version of like the other satanic cult episodes that they've done, which they've done a few times. When I rewatch Familiar now, there's a lot of stuff in there that's very much like about the Antichrist and all that stuff. And once you get into the symbolism with William and sort of the Armageddon stuff, and you start to pick up on all the how much stuff there's in the episodes from Book of Revelation and all that kind of stuff, and then you watch Familiar, there's a lot of really it really strongly ties in there. And I don't think in every other episode of every other season of X Files, when they were doing 20 plus episodes a season, there's a lot of episodes that are just kind of like random werewolf story or whatever. Sometimes they're very good, but in a lot of ways they kind of feel like they were just filler. Like we got the mythology ones that Chris Carter worked really hard on, and then there's the other ones. Then they had 6 slots left over or whatever, and so they would do a werewolf or a vampire or something. Um, the season 11 of X Files, if you rewatch it now and you give it a fair chance, it feels like every single episode is really part of this whole. And they really had like a message, they really had themes, and there's really a purpose to it. And so that's what makes me so sad about not getting season 12 is I feel like in season 10, they were kind of figuring out, refinding their footing. They were kind of finding their way again in season 12. And season 11, it feels like they were like, man, now we're cooking with gas. And as far as like a lot of the stuff I talk about in the video, like the numerology stuff and the secret messages and the hidden Bible verses and all of that stuff, um, you can find more of that in season 11 than in any other season of the show. It goes back to the beginning, but season 11, it's like, man, I started having fun because every single time I paused the screen, I would find something. And at first I was thinking like, yeah, I talk about this in the video too. I was thinking like, well, it's just a coincidence. So like, so what if it's a 23 or a 27? But then you start to find things that are just way, way too many things to be a coincidence. Like the folder on Mulder's desk, and it's got like a 7-digit string of numbers that corresponds directly to a part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which happens to deal directly with the same Bible stuff that Chris Carter was quoting in the dialogue. That's not a coincidence. And so you start to realize like, oh my, like, holy shit, this isn't just imaginary. And you start to look and like there was a one of the documentaries for the season, they make a big thing about Scully's license plate number, which is why I started to look at license plate numbers. They've got a shot in the documentary of Chris Carter like going through a stack of license plates. They're filming the show, and he's going through a whole stack of prop license plates to choose the ones he wants on the cars. And I was thinking like, oh, holy shit, he actually sat there and chose the license plates. And then once you realize it's a deliberate choice, you start to notice like I talk about in season 11, Mulder's license plate. They give it like 4 big hero shot close-ups of his license plate. And you're like, okay, that's not an accident. And then there's another episode where they show out of the back of the car, there's another car parked right behind it, and the car is turned so that you see the license plate, and they give this big shot where you see the license plate for a really long time, and the license plate is 801. And so I'm thinking like, okay, 801, that's a 9, that's whatever. And then I start to find I find that the quote, the Mulder quote from the book of Revelations is Revelations chapter 8, verse 2, in the book of Revelation, which that's where Armageddon is unleashed and the seven angels sound their seven trumpets. And, in a Chris Carter episode, he has Mulder quotes the whole verse of the Bible. So, couldn't be more obviously pointing your attention to that. And then, you read the verse before. So that's Revelations 8:2, right? So then you read the verse before that, it's Revelation 8:1. And Revelation 8:1, that's where they break the seventh seal, which is basically, the seven seals, it's the first seven judgments of God. So you realize Revelation 8:1 is basically like the unleashing of the Armageddon, right? And then you realize that there was that license plate that had 801 on it. And so then, I start looking for 81s and 81s. And, if there was like 2, 3 81s, okay, fine, whatever. It's a coincidence. You have to have numbers on the show. But then you start looking and then there's like 5 81s, 10 81s. And they're always in the episodes that Chris Carter directed or the episodes Chris Carter wrote. And they're always given like a very conspicuous close up. Or they're given like a title card. When they're driving down a street or freeway, there's not always a title card on the show telling you this is what street they're on, right? They only do that at key moments. And in the whole thing where William, in the last episode, William's running away from Mulder, there's a big title card where they say he's on Freeway 81. And you're like, okay, so that's not an accident. There's a reason he tells you that particular freeway. And then later on, when the guy is tracking him, he's got the little tracking app, and he's put the tracking device he's following the car. And they do like this long shot where they show the Freeway 81 and the 81 is following the characters. And it's like, okay, this is all very, very, very obviously deliberate, But so that, to the answer, I think how I got off on that tangent was talking about season 11. Season 11, there's so much of that stuff, much more than in the previous years. And it's just like, it's deep. The season is deep. It's very, very purposeful. Every single little detail, and stuff like the Dream Man, the meme guy from the Dream that I talked about. I didn't even show all of those. He's all throughout the season. I think a lot of people, when the season originally aired, they noticed, like in that picture of the lone gunman, that the Dream Man is in the corner, and that one kind of jumps out, right? Because there's a big close shot of the picture there. And it's weird that there's this fourth face next to the lone gunman, right? But it's in like every episode of the season, and there's a lot of them. And so stuff like that, I don't think that there was ever in another season of X-Files there was ever like a running joke like that where it went, every single episode was tied together by like a little hidden message like that throughout the season. I don't think they ever did that kind of thing in the earlier seasons of X-Files. But season 11, there's all kinds of stuff like that, and it's really cool. Anyway, that was my long rant about how I think season 11 is underappreciated. And now I'm falling way behind on these comments again, so I might skip a few. Can I also talk about Alex Krycek? I think there's a good section of the video where I explain, I think, as well as possible, his motives. I think Krycek was selfish, but in the end, he was trying to stop the conspiracy. It struck me when I rewatched it how Skinner, who's supposed to be a federal employee, just kind of like summarily executes Krycek, just shoots him in the head in the parking garage, and then just nothing happens. I thought that was kind of interesting because, and then they reveal later that I guess that the security tape from the parking garage that night was supposed to have been deleted. That's their explanation for how nothing ever happens with Skinner just, murdering a civilian in the middle of an FBI building. But when I went back, there was like suddenly like a little tragic element to Krycek's story. Is that Krycek, in the end, finally, he was trying to stop the conspiracy, and they never believed him because in the beginning he was working with, working with the bad guys, and he killed Mulder's father. I don't think he killed Scully's sister, but he was there when she was killed. So anyway, so they all hate Krycek. They don't trust Krycek. And Skinner, and of course, Skinner, Skinner wasn't just shooting Krychek to save Mulder. Skinner was shooting Krychek because Krychek had the nanotechnology that he put inside Skinner, so he was controlling Skinner. So there was a bit of a selfish thing to it also when when Skinner kills Krychek. So I think if you go back and rewatch the Krychek episodes, understanding his motivation, I think that he's kind of a tragic anti-hero. In the beginning, he's helping CSM, but he's doing the same thing that Monica Reyes is doing in season 11. That Krychek learns that there's an apocalypse. He learns that everybody's going to be killed, and he's just trying to do the best he can. He's trying to survive. Um, he became a murderer. He did bad things for sure, but he was also he knew that there was like an Armageddon coming, and he was trying to save himself. And at the end, he was trying to stop the Armageddon. So I thought that was pretty interesting on the rewatch. Krychek comes out as a more of a tragic figure, I think, more sympathetic figure than he would have been originally. Also enjoyed the through line between your work on Lucas and his audience and Carter with his. That is, like I was talking about a little bit ago, that is kind of my through line of my videos, I think, unintentionally. It's just sort of like stuff that I think that people unfairly dismissed. And that's how I see a commonality between X-Files and Star Wars and the last episode of Sopranos. I'm trying to go a little bit faster on the questions because I am falling way behind now. Did I enjoy Gillian Anderson's written and directed episode? I always thought it was underrated, but I enjoyed the character having a divine experience that was different to her faith. Yeah, I think it was a good idea. Scully's Catholic, so giving her a little bit of uh, you know, I guess that was kind of Buddhist Eastern inspired. I'm not sure exactly how literally it was meant to be taken, but I think it was influenced by Gillian Anderson's own spiritual beliefs, I think, more than the characters. So that was interesting to put a little spin on it for Scully. I thought it was a good idea. I didn't think in execution it was that great of an episode. Um, but, it wasn't terrible. Kind of mid tier X Files for me. I don't have a question, but I wanted to say I thoroughly enjoyed the X Files breakdown. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. This person digs Gillian Anderson directed episode. Yeah, I don't think it was terrible. It was just kind of like it kind of felt like more what Gillian Anderson wanted to do than it really felt like uh, what was appropriate for Scully. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Or it felt more like a Gillian Anderson show than it felt like an X Files episode. But that's cool. That's like Chris Carter always talks about the elasticity of the show. The show can do all different things. So it wasn't terrible. It didn't ruin the show or ruin the character or anything. It just wasn't my favorite. Speaking of Dylan, are you looking forward to Through the Open Window, the Bootleg Series Volume 18? I love the bootleg series. I love all of the bootleg series releases. I have, like the deluxe ones with all the extra discs for most of them. So yes, I'm very excited for this. I wish that they would start doing Dylan's recent years, never-ending tour years. Because the last 30 years of Dylan is very undercovered as far as official releases. And of course, the 1960s stuff, of course, is iconic. It's the most important popular music that's ever been done in the history of recorded music, as far as I'm concerned. But the 1960s for Bob Dylan have been so extensively covered. I'm always like, there's another 50 years to his career, and especially the last 30 years, Never Ending Tour. It's some of my very favorite stuff. So I wish they'd do more recent stuff, but yes, of course, I'm going to check out and enjoy the early years Bob Dylan. I guess I'll have to revisit the Myth Arc episodes again. I mostly bailed on the conspiracy episodes after the 1998 movie and the season after. Yes, rewatch them. They're very rewarding, I've found, on rewatching. It was a lot of fun. Doggett is a great character. I'm clicking on this one because, yeah, that was kind of a regret in my video that I didn't go a lot into Doggett, just solely because he didn't pertains so much to the mythology stuff because he was kind of a latecomer for that part of the story. But I think he was a very underappreciated character. I think he was a really good character. And something I was thinking about recently because I was watching Peacemaker, and I've watched Sopranos so many times, and Terminator 2, and then I was also watching X Files, and I was thinking how in each of these things, uh, it's amazing what a completely different character he is. I think he's a very underappreciated actor, um, and that really kind of brought it home for me. Sorry, I'm clicking on something else, and like I said earlier, I don't have a co-host here to fill the silence while I have to click on something, so I can't pretend like I'm paying attention when I'm not. Anyway, yeah, Robert Patrick. I was really amazed by what a versatile actor he is. Because in T2 he's like the stone cold killing machine, and then in X Files he's just like the most. John Doggett is great because he's just like such a upstanding, lovable guy. And you feel like he barely knows Scully, but he's gonna protect her and he's gonna do the right thing, and you just instantly like him because of that. And then in X Files, he's this Weasley kind of pathetic gambler, very very sad sack kind of failure guy in Sopranos, you know. And so I happened to watch a lot of these stuff, a lot of these things one after the other, and I was thinking like, it's really impressive what this guy can do. They're not flashy parts, but the amount of different things he can do is very very impressive to me. So anyway, yeah, Doggett I like a lot. I wish I would have talked about him more in the video. Okay, a few people have asked me why I don't talk about the unnatural in the video. The unnatural, if you don't remember, that's the baseball episode. I don't talk about it that much. One, because it's an episode with a very unreliable narrator, and so I don't necessarily think we can take what it says as being reflective of the mythology. But also, I do mention it in the video. I show it on the screen when I'm talking about how the alien bounty hunters and the alien human hybrids, they go back well before uh, Cassandra Spender was successful. What I'm talking about, if the alien rebels are trying to stop the conspiracy from making alien human hybrids, that's been going on for a long, long time. So why do they not kill the syndicate until after Cassandra Spender's success, right? In that part of the video, I show clips from the Unnatural showing the video clipping showing that the alien bounty hunter guy appeared, back in whatever that was, the 50s. Yeah, and that shows that when they say that Cassandra is like the first successful hybrid, you know the, they're not clear on exactly what about her was different from previous hybrids, because we do know that they were making different sorts of alien human experiments going back. Uh, at least the syndicate was doing it to 1973, but we know that you know, I don't know if the alien bounty hunter guy was necessarily the one that we see during the show might be a clone of that original guy. He's like version 10.0 or whatever, or they've just made a whole bunch of these guys. But we know that they've gone back for a long time. So I do show the newspaper clipping from that episode, but I don't go a lot into what Arthur Dales says in his narrative because we know that that's all unreliable. It's part imagination, part bad memory. But also, guys, it's a 6 hour video. I can't talk about every single episode, so I didn't go into the ones that I felt like weren't necessarily reliable information. I could talk a lot about how debate whether the unnatural is accurate or whether it fits with the canon or whether it's all just a lie or a bad memory. 6 hour video though, so I stuck to the stuff that I felt was actually uh, that we know is actually useful information, not stuff that could have just totally been a fantasy. Um, I don't like the implication that alien DNA is the cause of everything. Something like ghosts or demons can't be explained by just having the right genes. Uh, there's all different types of supernatural stuff, but um, ghosts or demons. I mean, it depends on exactly what you think a ghost is, or what you think a soul is, or what you think a demon is. Maybe I don't know that he's saying that if a ghost is a person's disembodied soul. I don't know if he's saying that our souls are because of alien DNA. I think it would be more like characters having telepathic abilities that let them see ghosts. Maybe would be because those have alien DNA. I don't know, but it's a lot of that stuff is purposely left ambiguous. I remember the Greys actually being humans that were experimented on in camps and then exterminated. Is this correct? Most of the gray aliens that we see in the show are alien human hybrids. Yeah, definitely. Like the ones that you see in episode Anasazi, or the three parter, Blessing Away and Paperclip. Those by Paperclip, when Mulder's talking to the well manicured man, they say very clearly in dialogue that those aliens he saw in the boxcar, the one that Albert Hosteen sees when I think it's his nephew, brings it back to their house. Um, those aliens, they have the smallpox scar on their arm, and Mulder says 2 episodes later in Paperclip that those were alien human hybrids, and like the ones that they show later on when Scully goes to the well, it's supposed to be a leper colony, but she says it was a disease research facility. And then she finds the mass graves where they killed all those people that kind of got alien heads. And Mulder sees one of them too in the train car later. Um, and they say very clearly that those are all alien human hybrids, not aliens. So yeah, that's not even ambiguous. Those were not aliens. Those were alien human hybrids. The new X Files, yeah, the one with the drones following Mulder and everything. New X Files AI episode in season 11. That's another really good experimental season 11 episode. That episode, that's another example of season 11 is like when they came back in season 10 and 11, they weren't just content to do more of the same, They were doing what they always did, which is like experimental episodes, all new types of stuff. And that's why it hurts that we didn't get season 12 because season 11, I mean, it was not like a coast kind of reboot where they just do more like it's just a reunion show. They were really, really trying with season 11. They were really trying to do something new and creative. And, a lot of people were like, why aren't Mulder and Scully making out? Why aren't they a couple? Oh my God, Mulder and Scully aren't together. Let's throw a tantrum for a year on the internet before we even see the episodes. I'm not a fan of that kind of thinking. Spielberg does the same as, yes, I think that Hook is one of Spielberg's best movies, but he downplays it because the same thing I was saying earlier, which is that I think Spielberg really responds to the audience, and Hook wasn't popular, and so I think Spielberg kind of feels like, oh, it was a failure. No, Spielberg, stick to your gun. I think for Spielberg, I think that Hook is one of his most personal movies. The whole concept of Hook, of like, an adult that's stuck in his childhood, but also like adults that can't remember what it feels like to be a child, and adults that they have to learn how to be a child again. That's like the core concept that runs through a lot of Spielberg's films. And so that's for me, that's why I feel like Hook is like, adults finding their inner child. It's so Spielberg. I feel like Hook is in a lot of ways, it's kind of like the perfect Spielberg movie. Um, and then I know Spielberg's kind of downplayed it because he feels like, oh, it didn't work because people didn't like it. Just because people didn't like it, that doesn't mean it didn't work. I still, I watched Hook last night because Drew Struzan died, the poster artist. And so I was talking about Hook with people because he did such a great poster for Hook. And so I watched the movie last night, and it was really, it really is. I remember vividly seeing it in the theaters as a little kid when I was 7 or 8 years old. Um, I had this vivid reaction to it. The movie, man, like when you're like 7 years old, that movie hits you in such a strong way because you know, like Captain Hook is scary, you know, and the whole thing it feels like really real, really magical when you're a little kid. And then I rewatched it again last night, you know, being 43, being geriatric, and it hit me in a completely different way. The whole idea of this man who I think Peter Pan in the movie is almost exactly the age I am now, and so this whole idea of a man that's this age and he's forgotten what it feels like to be a child, right? And he's forgotten how to use his imagination, and then he has to learn how to remember that again. And being that age, man, being the age of that character, like man, that hit me in a completely different way. So I'm saying that, like, you know, Spielberg feels like the movie wasn't a success because it wasn't a box office success or a critical success. But for me, as a little kid, that movie hit me in like a really deep way. And then watching the movie again at 43, it hit me in a completely different way, you know, but powerful, powerful, powerful at the age of 7 and powerful at the age of 43, you know? So I just think for a movie to have that much power and then for Spielberg to kind of be like, "Oh, I guess it's bad because nobody liked it." It's like, "No, you made a really powerful movie. Stick by your movie," you know? Just people don't always understand things the first time, right, when they come out, you know? So it takes time, you know? So in that case, I think Spielberg's wrong about I know he's downplayed the movie, but I think he's wrong about his own movie. Spielberg didn't like it because he was going through yeah, that's part of it too, I think, is his personal life. He kind of has bad and the other thing with Hook was that it was originally supposed to be a musical, and so he had a different vision for the movie, and it didn't work out the way he planned, so I think that's another reason for him. He's kinda like, "Oh, the movie didn't work because it wasn't the movie he planned to make." So that's true also, in that way, it didn't work out. But I think what he did end up making, you know, I think was great. So, first 10 minutes of Temple of Doom from the Busby Berkeley musical number to the Lao Che plane door is my favorite. Yeah, I love that that's a genius thing, and that movie does it best. The other indie movies kind of do it, but the fact that they just kind of like first 10 minutes of the movie, they just throw off this whole other adventure that Indy has. And it just tells you this is like Indy's day to day life. Is that he's just you know every day of Indy's life is you can make a whole movie about you know, any given Wednesday in Indiana Jones's life is a whole movie, you know. And so I love the fact that just the whole first 10 minutes of the movie is like this whole other adventure movie, and it's not like a nothing movie. It's like fully developed, you know. It's a whole other movie. It's got a musical number and it's got a villain and it's got you know this whole a different location and it's got you know it's like a whole complete little movie in 10 minutes. And they just kind of toss it off, and then by the time Indy gets on the plane, he's like he forgot that that whole adventure even happened. He's off to the next adventure, you know. And I feel like that's the most indie thing, and I also think that that's very true to the origins of indie, which you know, indie Lucas really wanted to do something that's based on Saturday matinee serial movies, which were like little 15-minute movies. And so you'd go in, you'd have a whole little adventure in 15 minutes, and then it would end with a cliffhanger, like a sometimes a literal cliffhanger with like the car going over the cliff, you know, and then you had to wait for next weekend to find out if Flash Gordon or whoever survives. And so that's very true to the spirit of the movies. Is they just do a whole little adventure in 15 minutes, you know, and then next week it's a whole different adventure, you know, just a whole new thing, you know. And I just love that. I think it's great. I think that is so true to the spirit of indie. I love Lao Che. I love that there's a you know he's this bad guy and there's a whole little story that he like poisons Indy and Indy needs the antidote and you know he's like bargaining for it with and Willie's there and you know it's a whole little movie in 10 minutes. I think that's amazing. I think it's great. And the musical number is one of the best things John Williams ever wrote. Let's see. Find another question. My question was, what if Scully shares William's reality warping abilities given the metal link? If so, what if she willed her own pregnancy in season 11, episode 10, the way that William can create life at will? I don't think that Scully was trying to get pregnant. I think that she wanted to. I think her pregnancy was a surprise. And it's not like she wanted a new child to replace William because she was still looking for William. Skinner didn't tell Scully the revelation that CSM was William's dad until, well, CSM was William's creator, I should say. That's a whole other touchy topic. But Scully didn't come to the whole conclusion that William was a lab experiment until Skinner told her that in the car. And at that point, she already knew that she was pregnant again. So I see what you're saying about William has the ability to create life at will when William makes the chicken hatch out of the egg. Um, I think that Scully has some kind, there's obviously something done to her reproductive system that she's able to create life well past, she's past menopause. And when doctors examine her, they say she's infertile and yet she can still get pregnant. So she has some ability, but I don't think that she consciously decided she wanted to have another pregnancy. She wouldn't even, she was still looking for William. She didn't know what William was until 15 minutes before the end of the episode, and she had already found out about her new baby before that. So, no, I didn't really think that she decided. No, it didn't really occur to me that she might have willed her new baby into existence. Temple of Doom is so much better than Raiders. This is becoming like a Temple of Doom slash X Files podcast. I'm sorry I'm late, Dad. Are people calling me Dad? That's interesting. I think I talked about Nolan's Dark Knight films a lot in the earlier videos. First one is okay. Second one's good, mainly just for Heath Ledger, but the plot's a mess. Third one, plot's a mess, but Tom Hardy's also good. That's my 10-second review of the Dark Knight trilogy. Trying to skim through the questions a little faster now since I'm falling way far behind like I always do. Oh, of all the books that you purchased for your research for the Sex Files video, which do you think are the best? I click on that just because I wanted to say that most of the X Files books are bad. There's that one, Monsters of the Week, which was terrible, which is very irritated by. Um, but there's one that I really liked, which was Paul Terry's X Files Official Archives book. And I talk about that one in the video a little bit. That's the one where he did have involvement from Chris Carter and people, and the one where he reveals that Skinner survived season 11. So I talk about that in the video because I think it's actually a good source. Excuse me, and it's just a really entertaining. I think it's the best X Files tie-in book that's ever been done. I always wanted an X Files book that was like the, like the it was like the Star Trek encyclopedias or that kind of thing. I wanted something that treated the X Files, the fictional universe, like a real place and explored the real place. Like they, there's the Lost Encyclopedia, goes into all the trivia. Most of the X Files books that have come out are very much about like the behind the scenes stuff. They're like about how did they film this episode? How did the actors do this? Which that's fine. That's interesting. But I wanted something that really explored the universe. I wanted something where I could like look up the dates of particular events, or I could look up look up a certain character and find that character's birthday, or find the background information on that character. I wanted that kind of thing. And for some reason with X-Files, they never do that. And it's really obnoxious. A lot of the stuff that they do is just not very interesting to me. Um, the X-Files archive really treats the show like a real place. It's all mocked up like they're real X-Files, the actual paper files from the Mulder's filing cabinet. And they're all the files for the famous cases. And it's really fun to look at. I have another super chat that I'm going to do. Thank you, Emmett. Aside from criticisms towards Carter, there was a lot of fan ire saying Duchovny is checked out in the later seasons. Do I agree or think it's unfair? I think in seasons 10 and 11, Duchovny was really into it, probably more so than Anderson. He's always going to have like a laid back, laconic, deadpan thing. And I think people interpreted that as being checked out because of all the behind the scenes drama was very public. Because Duchovny kind of wanted out of the show. He was limiting how many episodes he would do. He wanted them to go back to LA. So I think that people kind of got the idea that Duchovny wasn't interested in the show. But I don't think he was ever like half-assing it. I don't think he was ever like, uh, deciding that he wouldn't try. I think that he was always doing his best. Um, Let me see. Now I lost where I was in the. Lost where I was in the comments that I'm way behind on. I like Lost. I like Lost, and I think that a lot like X Files, it's one of those things that it does actually make sense if you want to put in the work. Um, so I like the last season of Lost. I defend that. Um, I don't think it's as good as X Files, and I have a beef with Damon Lindelof now. But overall, I like Lost. I think I might do like a Lost explainer video before I would do Twin Peaks, probably. Top 10 X Files episodes. I've actually worked when I was doing the rewatch. I was working on a list of all the videos, and I was ranking the videos, and I was writing like little 1 or 2 page reviews for every episode, with the idea that when I was done, I would do a video. Spoiler for an upcoming video. I wanted to do a video ranking every episode, and I thought I would also rank every episode of Millennium and Lone Gunman, and so it would be like 300 little reviews, and of course that would be like a 10-hour video. So I haven't done that yet, but I think that would be fun. And I already wrote reviews for a lot of the episodes, so I might actually do it. So I'm not going to give away my top 10, because that would be the ending of the video. But I could say when I have people that haven't watched the show before and they ask me for kind of like a sampler, um, not necessarily my 10 favorite episodes. I mean, my top 5 favorite episodes, but top 5 episodes I think would, if you're just like a newcomer and you just want to check out a few episodes, you can watch these and just enjoy them. The list that I came up with was Beyond the Sea, um, Clyde Bruckman's Final Repose, um, Pusher, Home, and Paper Hearts. Paper Hearts. I would probably put Humbug in there too, but I didn't want to have too many comedy episodes. Um, so those are 6 episodes. I would say are 6 great episodes, but probably not my top 6. Um, do a watch list guide for the X Files. I might do that. I do like my kind of. I kind of already have with one of my exes. I was trying to. He had never seen the show. I was trying to get him to watch the show. without watching all 218 episodes. And I sort of came up with a list of what I thought was like essential X Files, and it was about 100 episodes. You know, the mythology episodes and also the best standalone episodes. And I was showing it to him that way. Um, and it was like a good watch list. You didn't really miss any of the episodes that are left out. So maybe I'll make that list and I'll post it. Um, I don't know how. I think we only got about halfway through the show, and I we're no longer together because he's a liar and a cheater and a bad person. So we never got to the end of my X Files list. But for about the first half of the series, it was a good list, and he was enjoying watching it. So maybe I'll post that. Let's see. As a person who has loved X Files since I was a kid, I really appreciated your video, and it really tied everything together. Thank you. I appreciate that. The real Spielberg question is whether we should forgive him for making Ready Player One. I don't hold it against him as a grudge, but it's also not a good movie. Mm. Have you ever thought of doing a video on Jurassic Park? You know, I just watched the Jurassic World, what is it, Rebirth, the seventh one. I thought of doing a video on that because it's, man, I don't know. What happened to that franchise? Could definitely talk about it for a while. I have talked before about when the first movie came out when I was a little kid. When that first movie came out, I saw it in the theaters 27 times, which, you know, you got to remember back then things would stay in the theater for a year, right? And so that was like over a year, maybe every 2 weeks I'd go on the weekend and I would see it. Um, but I was obsessed with that movie as a little kid. And then what's happened with the sequels is just that might be something to dissect for a video because it's tragic what's happened to that. Blue Velvet slaps. Yes, it does. Jurassic Park, I would think, speaks for itself. Rick said on Twitter that it's just dinosaurs killing people, and a Rick video always has to have a complicated, multifaceted narrative stuff. I think dissecting how the series went so wrong could have a little complexity to it. But yeah, I do. That's kind of what was interesting to me about the Jurassic World Rebirth. Is I've said many times that, you know, Jurassic Park movies, all you need to have a good Jurassic Park movie is just some like semi likable characters, and then you have the dinosaurs. You have some good action scenes where the dinosaurs chase and kill them, and the people run away and scream. And for some reason, most of the Jurassic Park sequels can't manage that. And then this new Jurassic World Rebirth, you know, it was like nothing but just like set pieces. It was like, oh, T Rex in a raft and this and that, and it was somehow like the set pieces were fine, but it just didn't feel like a movie, and it got me to think of like analyze why did the set pieces in that first movie work so well, you know, and have such an impact. Because the first movie is not a deep movie. The characters are likable, but they aren't really complicated characters, you know. Um, so that really did make me think, you know, why does it work so well in this movie and you know become so mediocre in the others? Um, so that would be kind of be interesting to analyze. I don't know if I'll ever do it, but any thoughts on the episode "The Field Where I Died"? Yeah, it's the Civil War reincarnation episode. I always thought that episode to me was kind of a flop. I never liked that episode. And then I saw it on somebody's like top 20 best X Files episode list, and I was like, what? I don't I don't know if it deserves a re-examination, but to me it just kind of I don't know, it's kind of an involved thing. The whole thing where the woman's channeling all the different personalities always kind of felt cheesy to me. I know she's not it does not necessarily supposed to have multiple personalities. She's channeling different uh, dead people. Um, but the whole thing is it's a weird subject. Lots of whole thing I get into the whole issue of multiple personality disorder in psychology, there's a lot of debate about whether that really exists or whether it's, just people lost memories and displaying different personalities under hypnosis and stuff. Or, you know, that's it's just kind of a complicated thing. I never felt like that was so portrayed it that well. But what are your thoughts on the Twilight Zone? Yeah, a classic. Yeah, it's like X Files without mythology episodes. The hair fetishist that kidnapped Scully is probably the creepiest serial killer in X Files and Millennium. I don't know. I mean, Donnie Faster, he was kind of the classic. He started it, but I think the episode Too Shy is really underappreciated. That's less of a realistic serial killer and more. He's the mutant guy that like regurgitates on women and like dissolves their bodies and eats them. Um, so it's less real serial killer psychology, but it's an underappreciated episode. I also like the episode with uh well, Paper Hearts. Paper Hearts is a really great episode. It's very, I don't want to say underappreciated because people really like it, but that's an amazing episode. Um, I think in Sein und Zeit, the first episode of the two-parter about Mulder's sister, the serial killer, he's sort of the subplot of the episode because it turns out that he didn't really kill Samantha, but that guy that poses as Samantha, I mean, he poses as Santa Claus and kills little girls. I thought he was a really creepy serial killer. That was also creepy to me because I grew up in Southern California, and that place that they show him in um, is very obviously based on Santa's Village, which down like up by Big Bear Mountain in Southern California, up in the mountains, there used to be this little theme park. Um, it was like a Santa's. It's called Santa's Village, and it was like a little theme park in the mountains. They had like really cool little rides and stuff, and it was all supposed to be kind of winter themed. Um, but most of the year California is very hot and dry, and they only did business for part of the year when it was only really popular when it was snowy up there. Because when you had snow, it kind of looked like Santa's Village. But I think it was like always kind of financially struggling because they could only really do a lot of business for uh, like December and maybe November. Um, so anyway, so over the year, when I was really little, we went there several times, and we would go there in December, and it was nice. And then later on, it started to really fall into disrepair and get really creepy, and you kind of felt like the rides weren't safe. It was like everything was kind of paint was chipping off of it, and it was kind of scary and creepy and dangerous. And so that episode of the X Files is very much it's like it's that guy in this Santa Claus outfit, but there's no snow or anything. It's like this and they were filming the show in California at the time, so it's like this bone dry kind of California looking place. It doesn't look like Christmas at all, and it's just like this kind of sad, creepy guy, like in half of the Santa outfit, sitting in this little cabin out in the bright sunshine. Um, anyway, so that whole thing, I always really liked all of that. Um, I thought that was cool and interesting. Um, I'm falling way behind on the questions, like always. Apologize if I'm missing yours. Jacob's Ladder and Dark City. Yes, Dark City is it's a great movie. Dark City is wonderful. If you like kind of a, neo noir kind of thing. Yeah. Has anyone ever told me that I look like Sam Altman? No, I don't think so. Um, do you think the various supernatural elements like demons, angels, vampires, trash tulpas, etc., are separate elements to the overall myth arc or are linked to the experiments? Well, as far as the explanation I go into in the video, the explanation that Carter and Frank Spotnitz have talked about, um, those things aren't necessarily linked to the experiments. The idea is that humans have alien DNA, which gives us telepathy and other gives some of us telepathy and other abilities, and that would be the explanation for things like a lot of the Clyde Breckman, a lot of the telepathic characters. I don't know if they necessarily meant that that was the explanation for every single thing. There's definitely a spiritual element to it. Chris Carter also talks about the aliens being God, but he means that on a meta. It's always supposed to work on more than one level. There's a metaphorical level, the symbolic level, and then also the literally aliens literally gave us magic powers level. Um, so it's always it's like they say in the video. They would always want to give you. It's not that they didn't give you answers. It's that they would give you like three or four answers, and it's up to you and your own beliefs and your own reasoning to decide which of the answers is true, or which of the that quote I used from John Scheiben about giving multiple answers. He's actually talking about the episode Redux from season 5 where Scully's cancer is cured, and he says that he talks about how in that episode, yeah, it could be that they put the chip in her neck, it could be the technology, or it could be that her spiritual beliefs, it could be that God saved her, or it could be that the cancer just went into remission, or those are all. It's not that you have to like decode which one of these is right and which one of these is wrong. It's that they're all possibilities, and you look at them, and just like in life, you look at possibly something happens in your life, and you look at, well, it could be because of this, it could be because of that, and you think it through, and that's how life works. Is you have to look at the evidence and decide what makes sense for you and what makes sense in your worldview and in your beliefs. And that's kind of the point the show is making. And so, yeah, it's not that they don't give you answers; they give you three or four answers, but they don't want to be didactic and tell you, yes, Scully's faith in God saved her. That's much too easy, and it's kind of paternalistic. It's kind of insulting to tell people that we have to tell you, oh, God did it. That's one interpretation. The fact that there's more than one interpretation doesn't mean it's not valid. It just means that there are other valid things too. Do we think the Coogler reboot is happening? Coogler really thinks that he's doing the reboot. He's been talking about it since Sinners was a big hit. And he's been saying, okay, now he's going to do X Files. Now that he's kind of got that success behind him. I mean, I'm really not interested if Chris Carter isn't involved. And I have a big, Kugler. He made a big deal out of on Sinners. He got this special deal with the studio. He kind of used his success on Black Panther to get the studio to give him a special deal on Sinners, where Kugler he controls all the sequel rights to Sinners, and also after it's a period of time, I think like 15 years or something, the ownership of the movie is going to revert back to him, which is very unusual, with movie studios, that the full ownership of the movie is going to revert back to the director. And Kugler's talked a lot about how that it was very important to him that the artist maintain control of his work, and that was a big deal to him. That artists should have the right to determine the future of their work. So for him to say that, and then just go and straight out steal Chris Carter's life's work, to me that makes him a huge, gigantic hypocrite. So, you know, obviously, I don't know the guy. I don't know anything about him personally. I thought Sinners was not my favorite movie, but it was good. Um, so it's not like a personal thing, but I think for him to do X Files, if Carter's not involved and if Carter's doesn't have a say over the mythology parts of the show, then I think that makes Kugler a huge hypocrite, and I have no respect for him whatsoever. So I hope he doesn't do it. I think it would be very morally bankrupt of him to do it, unless Chris Carter gets involved. Um, fan fiction girl in the video opening up her own merch store was the best joke I've seen in a while. That was hilarious. And I clicked on this because I just wanted to say that, yeah, like I put it on the bottom of one of the clips is a little, but it goes by quickly, so you might not read it. But I put on there that, I didn't chop up her videos to make her seem more annoying. That's how she actually edits her videos. So I didn't want to seem like I was going after her or trying to going out of my way to make her look bad. That's actually, I just that's how she is. It's how she talks about the show, and so I just put that in there, and I let her comments speak for themselves. And I think that I didn't really have to do anything to the clips to make the clips funny. The clips were just kind of funny on their own. You know, there was a lot more that I didn't use actually. Um, the part where I'm talking about fans being upset about Scully's pregnancy, there's the whole thing in her video. Oh my god, she goes on for like 5 minutes about how she's talking about like, it's so stupid. Like she's being really sarcastic. She's like, oh yeah, of course, a 54-year-old woman just has sex and she'll immediately get pregnant because we all know, of course, 54-year-old women are like super fertile. So that just like totally makes sense for like a 54-year-old woman to have sex like one time and like immediately get pregnant because like, yeah, duh, 54-year-old women just get pregnant all the time. That totally makes sense. Pro tip, Chris Carter. And she's like so sarcastic. She thinks that she's just really schooling Chris Carter. She thinks she sounds so smart. And I'm just sitting there thinking like, did she miss like 10 entire seasons of stories about how Scully's reproductive system has been experimented on? Scully was already infertile when she got pregnant with William. So obviously there's something, going on here with alien science. And she just keeps saying like that it's just so stupid that a 54-year-old woman can get pregnant. And like, doesn't Chris Carter even know that women have menopause? And it's like, I'm thinking, there's like 500 episodes about Scully's reproductive system. So why the hell would she think that because Scully's 54, that means that, the miracle alien technology that just slipped her mind? Anyway, yeah, good times, good times. Um, Evil Lynn just found this channel. I'm just looking on that because I'm interested in the mix of returning people and new people. Because the X Files video does seem to be finding a lot of new people. So it's cool that there were new people. Chris Carter expressed disappointment. I include this in the video. Chris Carter expressed disappointment that there's a big twist at the culmination of his My Struggle series and nobody caught it. What do you think the twist is? He hints in that he says that in his podcast with David Duchovny. He says nobody got the ending, and then he pulls out. Excuse me, one second. Sorry, just having like a choking on something here. If you go watch the whole David Duchovny podcast thing, he says nobody got the ending, and then they cut, and then they show him pulling out the alien fetus from the Erlenmeyer flask. And he said several times that the twist that nobody got was the what is the truth about Scully's new pregnancy. And he's also said that the other part of it is why is William smiling at the end? And I do my best to answer both of those in the video. They're my guesses because he hasn't confirmed it, so it might not be his answer. But I answer both of those questions. What is the truth about Scully's baby, and why is William smiling? I answer those to the best of my ability. But every single time he talks about the question of Scully's new baby, he always mentions, oh, by the way, she's got alien DNA. Or on the David Duchovny podcast, he says, nobody got the truth about Scully's baby. And then he pulls out the alien fetus and is like, hey, alien fetus, guys, hint, hint, you know. So I think that he's obviously saying that the point is that her, and he also said in the other panel interview he was doing, he said, nobody got the ending, and then he said, I tell you in the opening credits with the phrase we put in the opening credits, I tell you that's my hint about the ending. It's my hint that nobody got. And what he's talking about in the opening credits that he says is the hint, that's where he puts Salvator Mundi in the opening credits. And Salvator Mundi is a reference to Jesus being the savior of the world. So what he's saying is that's the ending that nobody got, is the alien Scully's baby is the savior of the world, or the Christ child, or however you want to put it. And he keeps pointing to the alien fetus and saying, this is Scully's baby, is the baby that's half alien, half human, or the baby that's, if you want to say the aliens are God, then this is the baby is the child of God. It's Jesus. That's so anyway, that's what I think he's given several hints very clearly saying, and I go into that in the video. So that's my answer. But like I say, it's I don't know Chris Carter's answer unless he's saying it, unless Chris Carter tells you. But he, I think he's been a whole lot of heavy hints that the baby is alien Jesus. That's the secret. Um, that's my theory anyway. Is there an equivalent show to the X-Files in the last 25 years? There's lots of ripoffs. There's Fringe, which I don't like. There's Lost, which I do like, which is I would say goes beyond a bit beyond a ripoff, because it's a different type of show. But in some ways, it's a similar equivalent kind of show. Um, skimming questions. Question about Skinner's fate. Did he die? And if so, why isn't there a... Well, Skinner didn't die. That's basically confirmed. I talked about that in the video. Go to the last third of the video. Do I wish that Strughold had returned? I think that Chris Carter wishes that Strughold had returned, because when they put Strughold in, they started foreshadowing Strughold in season 3 very shortly after they... Actually, I think in the episode Paperclip, they introduced the name Strughold and the Strughold Mines. So this is like 2 episodes after they introduced the Syndicate, right? They introduced the idea of Strughold. So they right at the beginning, they introduced the idea that there's the Syndicate, yes, but there's also this other level of power that's controlling the Syndicate. That was introduced right away. And they introduced the name Strughold. They introduced the idea that he owned these mines. So he's like a billionaire, that he owned the mines where they had all the records of the smallpox vaccinations and the experiments. And that idea was introduced there very early on. And then by the time they get to the X-Files movie, I think that they already knew that in season 6, X-Files movie was kind of going to wrap up the first arc of the mythology, and then choking on something I swallowed. But yeah, they introduced the idea that season 5, I think, and the movie was meant to kind of wrap up the first era of the mythology, and so I think they already knew at that point that they were probably going to kill the Syndicate. And so so when they're planning to kill the Syndicate, planning to wrap it up, they introduced Strughold at that point. They cast an actor to play him, I think, because they wanted to kind of show the the next level of the conspiracy. They wanted to show that there were these guys that were controlling the Syndicate. And he talks a lot about that on the audio commentary for the movie. But then Strughold never came back. And I think that Chris Carter has said that they planned to have Strughold come back. And they didn't use Strughold again, for Chris Carter says, for practical reasons. They didn't use him. I think it's because the actor, didn't want to go to LA, or maybe the actor wanted more money or something. So that's why Struggle never came back. I think they still got the idea across. I think they got across the necessary components. But I think there was supposed to be an element like after they killed off the syndicate, they were supposed to show Strokehold, and Strokehold's other people. Like we eventually get Mr. Y and Erica Price. I think they were going to show Strokehold and like the other levels of the conspiracy that carried on after the syndicate was killed. And so, yeah, I think it would have been good if they did that, but I think they still got the idea across. Mm. I always kind of wondered what happened to Struggled in the movie. If he's the leader and the bosses, why do we never see him again? Yeah, that's kind of what I was just talking about. Is I think he was supposed to come back, and the idea they talk about it in the season 9 finale. I have the clip in the video where Skinner asks Marita Covarrubias. He asks her, if the syndicate was wiped out, then why are you still afraid to testify? And he says, because the syndicate was, it's the conspiracy still continues with other men, other forms. And so, yeah, the idea was that that one part of the syndicate was wiped out. The whole conspiracy was never wiped out. And they kept going. Um, it wasn't just Struggles wasn't the only other character either. There's whole other levels to it, and I think that cigarette smoking man, I think, is ultimately so important because he was kind of, he was the one that was kind of running things with the Spartan virus, but also with the alien human hybrid stuff with the how to transplant that onto humans. Kind of my pet theory with Cassandra Spender is when they say she was the first successful hybrid, I think what was different about her was, they already showed other alien human hybrids, like all the Samantha clones, lots of clones, lots of other things. I think what was different about Cassandra is that she was the first time they were able to take the alien abilities, the desired abilities, like the healing abilities and whatever, transplant those abilities onto a human, as opposed to growing somebody in a lab, like the Samantha clones were all grown in a lab, and those other people that we see in like seasons 3 and 4, they were grown. But that's different than actually taking those alien abilities and transferring them onto a human. And obviously, like if you're CSM, that's the goal that you want, is you want the ability to take the healing ability or the whatever super strength, immortality, and transfer that onto you. Because yeah, it's cool if they could grow that in a lab, right? But CSM's already alive. He wants to give that ability to himself. Um, so I think that's what was different about Cassandra, was that they were able to take those abilities, put it onto somebody that wasn't born with the abilities. And then after they do that, the next thing we see is that CSM takes, Mulder has those abilities unlocked in him, some of the abilities unlocked in him from the rubbings that he's exposed to. And then CSM's able to take those abilities and transfer the abilities to himself. And then after that is when CSM, he suddenly, he's able to survive when they push him downstairs and all these other things. So I think that that's kind of what CSM was working on. He was working on that and the Spartan virus. So the fact that CSM is kind of out of the people in the conspiracy, he's the one that was kind of like the master of these technologies, right? So that's kind of what makes him powerful, you know, different than the guys in the or who are working on one little part, or like like the part of the syndicate, which is like Erica Price and Mr. Y, and they're working on like space travel and different parts of these things. But they didn't necessarily have all the technology that CSM had from all his years, out there in the Nevada desert, making hybrids and doing all the mad scientist stuff that he was doing. So I think that's kind of, there's different levels to it. But CSM was kind of the guy that had the crazy alien technology. He maintained power by having control over that part of it. Getting a lot into fan theories and headcanons, but that's kind of what the show seems to show you. Okay, skimming questions, skimming questions. War of the. See, I hear this word pronounced 10 different ways. Coprophage. I'm never sure how to say it because I see it different ways. But the cockroach episode is mostly written off as mass hysteria. But there are metal cockroaches. What created that? The explanation of the episode is they talk about the metal cockroaches being kind of like alien probes that are sitting here to study us. Um, and I don't think that's really disproven. They could be there because of the aliens. Maybe there's something the conspiracy is working on. Um, I don't think that those Darren Morgan episodes are meant. Cause I do use examples from Jose Chung's from Outer Space in the video because the Darren Morgan episodes have unreliable narrators and they have fantasy elements, but they're obviously supposed to be cases that Mulder and Scully did really investigate. I don't think they're pure fantasy episodes, fantasy sequences. So yeah, those cockroaches could be some kind of experiment by the conspiracy, or they could be alien probes. You know, those explanations are all valid. I don't think that episode was supposed to be pure fantasy. I believe the X Files. There are official X Files comics. Comics are they considered canon? There's an interesting. Before they did a real X Files season 10, there were X Files comics, I think, that called themselves X Files season 10. And there's an interesting panel discussion you can find from Comic Con where Chris Carter's there and he's there with the guy he played Langley in The Lone Gunman. I think his name's Dean Hanklin. Am I mixing up his name? Um, but that guy, he's like a big comic book fan, and he's trying to get Chris Carter to say that the season 10 comics are canon. And Chris Carter is very kind of like hedging his bets, and he's like, "Oh, sure, they're official, but he keeps trying to avoid saying that they're technically canon." And I think Chris Carter views canon kind of the way George Lucas views like the X Files expanded universe. There's like A canon and there's B canon. And I think in X Files the comics were there's some official comics, but I think Carter views like the show that he worked on, that's X Files, and then the comics and books, it's canon when it comes, it's official when it comes out, but he always feels free to contradict that stuff in the show. That would be my take. I don't think that he even really reads the comics. Maybe he does, but I don't think that he doesn't feel beholden to uh, stick with the comics. Do I think Lord Kinboat was real? I think not really. I think that the abductions were real, but I think that obviously the memories were tampered with. Um, any theories on the origin of the giant insect monster in Folia Do? Um, I think that all those kind of mutants and monsters and things in the show, um, Eugene Toombs or all those kind of things, they're mutants and they're possibly mutated from humans due to alien DNA. Maybe, maybe not. It's one of the explanations. I grew up in the X Files. I'm getting a surprising number of people that told me that they've never watched the X Files and are interested in starting it. So maybe I should post that list, like the viewing order list. But yeah, it's a great show. It's definitely worth starting, and I'm glad that there seem to be a lot of people that are interested in starting. I didn't realize that there were so many people who've never seen it. I thought it was one of those things, I just thought it was, well, everybody's seen the X Files, but if a lot of people haven't, it's cool if they're interested in it. Um, Also, characters like Toombs are explicitly said to be old enough to predate the initial conspiracy, so surely they can't be from government experiments. The idea behind saying alien DNA explains a lot of the telepaths and a lot of the monsters on the show. It's not, it is not saying that the conspiracy created all those monsters. It's saying that humans have alien DNA in us, which is why some humans have telepathy. It's why we have mutants, like possibly Toombs is one of those mutants. Um, it's not saying that the conspiracy created, Clyde Bruckman, or the conspiracy created um, all the monsters and mutants on the show. It's saying that we have alien DNA in us from uh, 40,000 years ago, or maybe even more than that. And the fact that that alien DNA is in us is the reason that some people display these abilities, or the reason that some of these mutations happen. Um, did I suffer through Indy 5? Yes, I did. It's a fucking disaster. It's a disgrace. I think the likes of Tombs are the products of mutation evolution. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Alien DNA is dormant in human DNA, quite apart from anything that the conspiracy is doing. That's what Frank Spotnitz and Chris Carter have said. So that's not like a fan theory, it's what they've said. They haven't said that it's necessarily the explanation for every single strange ability on the show, but that's the idea, is that that's where a lot of the weird abilities and mutations come from. Trying to hurry up to get to more recent questions, so I get to questions that were asked by people who are still actually here to hear the answer. Um, oh, Emmett did a super chat, and then he said he has to go to bed, so I really enjoyed this. I hope you were still here when I answered your super chat, because I tried to answer it as soon as I saw it pop up. Um, so hopefully you saw that one. But thanks to people that have done super chats. I try to jump the line and answer those when I see them. The fact that there's no decent Millennium deep dive on YouTube is a crime. As far as I know, Millennium's never been restored for HD. So it's the only Millennium that exists is standard definition, which, yeah, they really need to go back and do a proper restoration, give the show some respect. And yeah, to do a deep dive on the show, I thought it does. There's a lot of religious symbolism in the show, which um, does tie into the X Files stuff about obviously a lot of Millennium is about end time prophecies and Armageddons and all that stuff, right? So, and the fact that X Files eventually gets so much into like the apocalypse prophecies and William being the Antichrist and all that stuff, Millennium ties into all that stuff in some interesting ways. But like I've said, to really properly talk about Millennium would have added 2 or 3 hours to my video, and it was long enough. So I just separated Millennium, left it out there for this time. I was a big Star Trek fan back in the day. My favorite series is Next Generation, to answer the question. I will be waiting here for the 10 hours X Files review episode. That would be fun. I would like to do it. Whenever I do like those ranking review episodes, I try to do something that's more comprehensive so that it's not just a repeat of what other people have done. So that was my X Files idea, is like, what if I did a review that really, I did like a 2 or 3 minute review of every single episode, plus the movies, plus Millennium, plus Lone Gunman. I think that would be a cool video. But it would be it would be like a 10-hour video, if you do the math on how many episodes there are. So my favorite Lone Gunman, favorite Lone Gunman, kind of like Byers. Froake is cool, I guess. I was never honestly that crazy about Lone Gunman. They were cool, but they were my favorite thing. So, Rick, listen to this. Moved to Vancouver, met my baby mama there. We had the same birthday. Okay, so you and your baby mama are both born on October 23rd. That's, well, Scully's birthday is February 23rd. Mulder's birthday is October 13th. So you could find something there. Depends on, it's kind of your personal choice whether you see coincidence or you see connection, meaning there. I think Chris Carter, from his interviews and stuff, obviously thinks that these things are all meaningful. I think within the show, they're all meaningful because they were put there by the person making the show. In real life, I'm usually more inclined to see coincidence. But it is interesting that you both have both the same birthday, and it's kind of sort of Mulder's birthday plus Scully's birthday. That's kind of interesting. And you also named your kid Fox. Wow. How has that worked out? That's a interesting name for a kid to have. Sorry to the questions that I'm skipping. I'm just trying to get to the questions that were. I'm like a half an hour behind, and I'm trying to answer questions when people who ask the questions are actually still here. I don't know if the human mutants are meant to be due to alien DNA waking up randomly because humans can mutate sometimes. Well, yeah, humans can mutate sometimes, but the idea is that the alien DNA, to have such a giant thing like somebody's suddenly becoming telepathic, that DNA in the show is supposed to be latent alien DNA. Who remembers the Key of X, the album? I remember back in the day when, yeah, there were like X Files albums and everything. I think people that watch the show now might not realize how what a big thing the show was. It's like it was huge. Everybody watched it. That's why it's surprising to me now. All the people that are like, "Oh yeah, I never saw the X Files. Maybe I'll check it out." Because back in the day, it was like, well, everybody watched the X Files. I thought of if I didn't want to do a 10-hour video, maybe cheating and doing a video where I rank the seasons. This person's asking, what is the best season? I have mixed feelings about. I think all the seasons have their perks, so I don't want to say one season's the worst, because that feels like you're insulting it. There's something to like in every season. But I'd probably the number one season, I guess, would be either 4, maybe 5. Season 3 has a lot of good stuff. But doing saying that seasons 3, 4, and 5 are the best, that feels very kind of like a stereotypical fan response because everybody says that was the peak and then it went downhill. And I really think season 8 is one of the best. So much good stuff in season 8. I think season 11, like I was saying earlier, I think season 11, man, they were really cooking. They were really trying to do something special with season 11. Um, it's kind of, because it's only 10 episodes, it's kind of hard to say that it's better than a season that had, 24 episodes. Season 4 has like 24 episodes, I think. And, I would say like probably 14 of them, 15, 16 of them are really good to great. And then most of the others are, decent. There's like 2 or 3 clunkers. So it's hard to say that season 11 is better than season 4 because season 4 has 15 great episodes and season 11 is only 10 episodes. So I would say maybe it has 7 that are really good, above average. So just because of that, it's hard to say that 7 great episodes outranks 15 great episodes. But you could make a case for most of the seasons. It's okay if you don't answer my questions. I hang on every word and I take notes. You don't have to take notes. I don't think I'm saying anything that important, but I think I have answered some of your questions. I tried. What's better, Dial of Destiny or Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is obviously better than Dial of Destiny. Come on now. I mean, I have mixed feelings about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I think is kind of a misbegotten movie. I think mainly because Lucas wanted to do one thing and Spielberg wanted to do a different thing, and the compromise they came up with was kind of like you get half of a Lucas movie and half of a Spielberg movie, and it's you don't really get the full experience of either one. So I do think it has flaws, but it's still George Lucas and Steven Spielberg making an Indiana Jones movie is always going to be so much more interesting than the fucking disaster with Dial of Destiny, you know? Shout out to the Brad Dourif episode. Yeah, that's Beyond the Sea. That's one of the, I would say probably easily the best episode of season one. That's, there's lots, I don't want to downplay season one, but season one, they were still kind of, they were finding their footing. And I think almost all the episodes in season one are good. They're worth watching. But I think Beyond the Sea, though, I think that's the first episode in season one where you're like, oh, okay, this is like, this is art. This is great. This is, as good as TV gets. It's up there with like the best stuff that's ever on TV. That's Beyond the Sea. I think is the first time that they really hit that kind of a height on the show. Um, Saw your video posted and started watching X Files. Big fan of that visual musical aesthetic. I'm really sad that Mark Snow died recently because his music was such a big part of the show. So the fact that Mark Snow died, that kind of makes me feel like even um, if they did let Chris Carter do a season 12 finally, it would be missing a key ingredient. So um, yeah, let me know what you think of the video after you watch the 11th season. So that'll be interesting to hear. Skimming questions. Like the boy chess masters Gibson praise. I think this was a response to when I was talking about how when they say that the alien DNA is the explanation behind X Files, it's because the alien DNA that we have in us in the show, um, that latent DNA when it's activated in some people, that's the explanation for abilities. Like Gibson Praise is the main example. That's why the conspiracy suddenly wanted to experiment on him or kill him because the alien DNA directly was the reason that he was telepathic, which again goes back to if you were here early in the stream when I was going on for a long time about alien telepathy. I think their telepathic ability is very important, and it's what they show with William. It's what they show with Mulder. When they unlock the alien DNA in Mulder's brain, he suddenly has telepathic abilities, and that's what Gibson Praise proved was the same thing. The alien DNA in our brain. That's one of the main things that it does on the show, is it gives characters telepathy. Um, Rick, will you ever do any videos specifically on musical artists? Maybe. I've talked a lot about Bob Dylan in my videos. I thought like maybe a Bob Dylan uh, deep dive into like the Never Ending Tour or the Bootleg series would be interesting. The thing with doing a video about music is I don't feel like I have technical knowledge about music to sound off as though I'm an expert. Like I can't read sheet music. I can't play an instrument. Um, I can't sing. I definitely can't fucking sing. You guys don't want to hear me sing. So I have a big knowledge of like music history. Like I can talk about Bob Dylan from like a music history standpoint, but I can't like analyze like on a sheet music level what he's doing on a technical level. Um, so I know I know a lot of YouTube channels, they don't feel like they have to know what they're talking about before they talk about it, but I kind of feel like to do a whole video on something, I feel like I have to have a certain level of knowledge. So it's kind of like with music, I feel like I can talk about history, but I really can't like tell you about, like what Bob Dylan's doing with his guitar parts or, so maybe, maybe. I have thought about one video I've thought about doing is because another thing from being a 90s kid is I've been a fan of Smashing Pumpkins since I was a teenager. And if you know Smashing Pumpkins, you know that there's a big mythology to their music. There's a whole storyline. A lot of the albums are concept albums, and there's characters and there's stories, and there's a whole mythology to it, like with X Files or anything. And so I thought of kind of doing a video explaining the whole backstory, all the characters and everything. I think that would be fun. Mm. I'm clicking on this because this person is surprised. Cole is surprised that I liked Lost because I hated Abrams. Lost, Abrams did not do any of the good stuff on Lost. Okay, Abrams shows up to these things and puts his name on them. Uh, you know, Lost, all the interesting stuff on Lost is Lindelof and Cruz. You know, Abrams, I don't think J.J. Abrams has ever had an idea in his life. He attaches himself to other people's projects. I haven't seen Person of Interest. I haven't seen Felicity. So now I like Lost, but I don't think that Abrams did virtually any of the stuff that I think is interesting on Lost. So um, so Rick, you think some of the best X Files are the ones without Mulder and Scully? I can get along with a lot of your contrarian statements, but not that one. I don't think I said best X Files are the ones without Mulder and Scully. I said I like season 8 a lot. Scully's in almost all of season 8, and Mulder is in most of season 8. Actually, the interesting thing about Mulder, and some of them people on the show have talked about this. They said they kind of regretted. They felt like Doggett didn't really get a fair shot at the beginning because season 8 was supposed to be, oh, Mulder's gone, and so now we're doing season 8 with new characters. But the way that they dealt with Mulder being gone is that they almost half of the season is mythology because they had to explain where Mulder went and why he came back, right? So Doggett gets like a little 6 episodes or something in between like the beginning of the season and then when Mulder comes back. And even in those little 6 episodes, there's episodes like The Gift, which is the one where they have flashbacks to Mulder, and that the guy that's supposed to eat people and he spits them up and cures their illnesses. So even when there's like the little stretch of Doggett episodes, they're still doing Mulder flashbacks. So somebody, I don't remember who it is, but I think it's John Scheiben or somebody working on the show said that season 8 became like the most Mulder season ever because season 8's all about Mulder. It's like you know Mulder's here, and then it's where's Mulder, and then it's when's Mulder coming back, and oh now Mulder's back, and everything in the season is about Mulder, and so they've kind of expressed that they felt like that wasn't totally fair to Doggett because season 8 is all Mulder all the time, even though there's a handful of episodes that don't have Mulder, and they sit around and talk about Mulder the whole time. So I love season 8, but I think that it's very Mulder and Scully the whole time. Scully's there, Mulder's there. Um, season 9 was different. Scully's in almost every episode still, but Mulder's really gone for most of the season, and I don't necessarily think that it's bad because Mulder's not there, but I do think season 9 is one of the weaker seasons. I don't know if they had a fair shot because they were kind of trying to figure out like a new thing. They're trying to figure out like, well, how do we do this show with Doggett and Reyes? But Scully's still hanging around, so it's not really Doggett and Reyes. So it's like every episode is kind of like a new thing. Like there'd be like Doggett and Reyes episode, or there'd be kind of like a Doggett and Scully episode, or there'd be kind of like a Reyes and Doggett episode, but Scully still pops up 2 or 3 times, and so it was like I think in season 9 they never really got to settle into a new formula, and I think what suffers from that is I think Doggett was a very good character, but I don't think Reyes ever really got a fair shake because she was always she was like the extra Scully, even though like Scully's down the hall, and then it's like, wait, is she replacing Scully or is she replacing Mulder or Scully's here, Scully's not here? So I kind of think that was the trouble with season 9 was that they never really settled into a new formula. And then they did about 9 episodes of the show, and the ratings weren't coming back. And, it wasn't vibing. And so halfway through season 9, they decided, well, this is the last season. And so the last 9 episodes of season 9, or 9 or 10 episodes, were done with the knowledge that the show was over. So they were really just trying to like, okay, we got to deal with William, we got to deal with uh, explain what happened to John Doggett's son. So it was really like they had half a season that was very weird. They didn't know the formula yet. They were trying to figure out how to use Reyes, but they didn't really know. Um, and then the last half was kind of like, okay, we got to wrap everything up. So that's why I think season 9 kind of suffers. I don't think that they ever really had a chance to find a way, like, how are we going to do this show without Mulder? They didn't really have a chance. It was like trying different stuff, and then it was the end. It was like we got to close up shop. So, but no, I think that there could have been a good show without Mulder and Scully, possibly, but I don't think that they ever really got a chance to do that. So I do still think the best episodes are with Mulder and Scully. Yeah. Um, I think Space from season 1 is pretty bad. My friend jokes that while watching Space, everyone can hear me scream. Chris Carter agrees with you. When I was saying that season 1 is not the show hadn't really found its voice yet, but it also I think season 1 is mostly good. They're mostly good episodes. Um, Space is maybe one of the episodes. It's not such a good episode. Um, Chris Carter would agree with you that Space is an episode that had a lot of problems. Um, but Chris Carter doesn't like that. He thinks that episode isn't successful, and I think that the problem with Space is the budget on season 1. They're trying to do an episode that's like about a space flight, and they can't show the inside of a space shuttle. And they can't, they've got like 2 or 3 stock footage shots of like space shuttles landing and taking off. And then the whole rest of the episode is just the characters sort of like sitting around like in a room with a bunch of radios and computer monitors, and they're pretending like they're talking to a spaceship. And it's like, well, how do you do it's supposed to be like a drama about like a space shuttle is going to crash and they have to stop the crash. They can't even show a space shuttle. So, you know, I give Space a break because they just didn't have the money to film the script. That they had the script and they couldn't film it. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Um, Beyond the Sea reminds you of Legion, Exorcist 3. Yeah, which is I talked about Legion earlier. Well, because in Legion that has Brad Dourif playing a similar sort of character. Even Brad Dourif's playing a character. It's like having visions or possessed or whatever's going on, and that's almost what he's doing in Beyond the Sea. But yeah, Brad Dourif's a great actor. And the other live stream that's going on about how much I like Chucky, and so I love Brad Dourif, and yeah, he's in Beyond the Sea. He's amazing in that episode. Um, Mark Snow music is iconic. The CD is released in several volumes with so much music from the show are a must-have. Definitely. I mean, Mark Snow, yeah. Very, very sad when he died. Um, it sucks when I'm 43 now. I'm getting to an age where I don't think I'm old exactly, but people that during my formative years, during my teen years, people who were at the peak of their careers when I was a teenager, and my tastes were forming as all my favorite shows, favorite movies were coming out. You know, anybody when they're a teenager, it's you form your tastes. And the people in those years for me that they were at the peak of their career, you know, that means they were in their 40s and their 50s then. So that means that now they're in their 70s and 80s. And so a lot of these people that were such big people for me, now they're just starting to die. And so it's very, very sad. This age is like I'm not old yet, but a lot of the people, the celebrities and artists that I love are old. And so it's very sad to watch them all because, you know, just we had in a couple of days, Diane Keaton died, Drew Struzan died, you know, and then last night I went to watch Hook because Drew Struzan died, and I'm watching Hook, and Robin Williams is dead, Bob Hoskins is dead, Maggie Smith is dead, like everybody in the movie's dead. You know, I love Bob Hoskins so much. I love Maggie Smith, Robin Williams, of course. She'd grown up in the '90s. Robin Williams is in everything. Um, and I just, yeah, I was watching that movie and I was all they're all dead, all these people. And Steven Spielberg's like 80. Like, oh Christ, I don't want to lose Steven. John Williams is 90 something, you know. And I was thinking that movie. Part of what that movie, part of what's great about that movie is, you know, John Williams' music with Spielberg, the two of them together. You know whether you like the movie or not, their collaboration on that movie is just such a perfect project for the two of them. You know, and I was just thinking like, wow, you know, Spielberg's images and John Williams' music, you know, and then noticed, oh yeah, Robin Williams is dead, Maggie Smith is dead, and I think Spielberg Spielberg is 80 something, John Williams is 90 something. Oh my God, it's so sad. These people need to stop dying. We need to figure out the billionaire way to cheat death really soon. AI needs to stop making, you know, shitty Charlie Kirk memes, and AI needs to figure out how to make us all immortal before we lose Spielberg and John Williams. Anyway, Rick, if you could make any film adapted to your own story, what would it be? Also, you should perform some. I'm not performing Dylan Deep Cuts. You really don't want to hear me sing. If I could make any film, you know, I don't know how many people know about my comics and my books and things. Because I know a lot of you discover me through my videos, and so you kind of like know me for movie opinions. But you know, I've had a lot of comic books published, and my comics are all kind of part of a shared universe. There is a mythology. It's part of why I get so up in arms over creators' rights because I have my own fictional universe. That's, you know, my own little Middle Earth or whatever you want to call it that I've worked on my whole life, um, and my comic books are all part of that. And so I have lots of stories that I have a novel that I've been writing for years. And in my head, I've directed parts of that movie, and I've thought of like, if this was a movie, what music would I use and everything. Um, and that novel is actually like a horror novel. Um, it's a vampire story. Um, I hesitate to say vampire story because it's sort of a, hopefully it's not the stereotypical story people think of. It's something different. But there are vampires in it, and you know that's a novel that I've been writing for years, and I think that would make a cool movie, maybe. So, in answer to that question, um, I love movies, but I sort of settled on. I didn't settle. I like making comic books and I like writing novels, but the reason that, you know, because I like to have control over what I'm doing, and I like that I don't need to raise millions of dollars. You know, I can just make a comic book. I don't need to get somebody to give me the money. Um, and then I've had pretty good luck after I finish comic books of getting people to publish them. So, you know, comic book, it's a one man band. You can just do it. So I have visual ideas that I put into comics, that they would maybe make a good movie, you know. But with a movie, I need to get somebody to play the part. I need to get somebody to give me millions of dollars, you know. So that's why I've kind of felt like comic books and novels are the art form for me because I don't need to, you know. So many of the problems I talk about with my videos, as far as movies go, are that the art's always compromised. You can be Chris Carter and make one of the biggest shows in the world, one of the biggest shows that ever was, and you still, if the fans don't, you do 11 seasons that are popular, but if the fans have a backlash, suddenly, they steal your show and they give it to Ryan Coogler. Um, so that level of not having control is just something you have to deal with is if you want to make film or TV shows. And that's never been something I am completely incapable of dealing with that level of other people interfering with my work. I don't do well. Um, there's some film projects I've worked on. I have films that my friends are working on that I've worked on their screenplays and contributed to their projects. But I've always kind of understood, that's his project, and so he can make the creative choice. I give my ideas, I do my draft of the screenplay, um, but I understand it's his project and he gets to make the choices. When I've done stuff that it's like it's my story and my creation, and I've had a couple times people come to me and they say they want to make a short film or something of a story that I wrote, and the second that they start telling me, okay, well, we're going to change this, we're going to do that, we're going to, and I'm like, like hell you are. You're not changing that, no, you know. So that's something about my personality, and it's something why I'm so up in arms about creators' rights when I look at Star Wars or X Files or any of those things. I don't believe that you should just like just do what the audience wants, or just do if it's your thing, it's your thing. And so I don't deal well with other people telling me, "Oh, you should do this, you should change that." So that's why movies haven't really been something I've pursued strongly. It's just not really the kind of the way that I think. So, um, but if somebody wanted to come and give me, $100 million and tell me that they're just gonna leave me alone and then I get final cut, then it would be fun to make a movie. Sure. How would you rank the Indiana Jones movies as well as the pre-Kurtzman era Star Trek shows? Okay, rather than giving a long answer, just lightning round, it goes Temple of Doom, um, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Last Crusade. Although I love Last Crusade, I don't mean to insult it by putting it last. It's just that the other two are better. And then Kingdom of Crystal Skull. And then that other one is a piece of shit Disney cartoon. It's not a real Indiana Jones movie. If I had to rank Star Trek, it would be Next Generation, Original Series, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise animated series. I don't really hate animated series. It's just Gene Roddenberry didn't consider it canon. He didn't consider it Star Trek, and I kind of that's how I feel about it. The idea that Rick is a contrarian is so laughable. These people have never loved anything. Thank you. I know a lot of people. I get motivated to make a video if I feel like I have an opinion that is not the same opinion that everybody else has, because I don't want to make the same video that 100 other people made. You know, so I make videos on subjects where I feel like, okay, I think a lot of other people got it wrong, like the ending of Sopranos or Star Wars prequels. So that's what makes I want to make a video, because I feel like it's not. I don't want to say the same thing everybody else is saying, but it's not because I'm a contrarian. I'm not just trying to do the opposite. It's that I genuinely have that opinion, and then I see that everybody else has a different opinion, and I'm like, oh well, that would make an interesting topic. But it's not like I sit there and go, oh, everybody else said this, so I'm going to do the opposite. If I agree with everybody else, then I agree with everybody else. It just wouldn't make an interesting video if I'm going to say the same thing as everybody else. You know what I mean? So it's like, but I didn't just decide to make a prequels video because I wanted to piss off the prequel haters. That's not how I work at all. All my videos are genuinely how I feel. And I think that my when I do a Force Awakens video, I think it's probably going to be popular because I know that Force Awakens has so many people that don't like it. And in that case, I'm on the side of the majority because I'm on the side of the backlash because I don't like Force Awakens either. So that's going to be an interesting experience because in that case, I'm going to kind of, you know, I'm going to have the same opinion as a lot of people because a lot of people don't like Force Awakens. But I think I'm hopefully the reason I want to make the videos. I think I'm hopefully going to have a opinion that's some that's my own opinion. It's going to be a nuanced, and there's going to be a lot of research. I'm going to try to go into the reasons why the movie came out the way it came out. Um, so I think hopefully that'll make it more interesting because I'm not a contrarian, but yeah, I don't want to do. I know 1,000 people have done the Force Awakens sucks videos. I don't want to do the same video. So hopefully I'll have a different angle on it. But I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I know most people hate it, and I think most people are right because it sucks. So that's I wish we got a Dog Eat episode in the revival. I clicked on this because there was recently there's a Chris Carter interview where somebody asked Chris Carter, "Why didn't you use Dog Eat in the revival?" And he said his answer was because he basically said that if they were going to use Robert Patrick, they wanted to give him a good part, like a substantial thing, and there wasn't really room for that in the story. I think part of the problem that people have with the mythology episodes in 10 and 11 is that they just had less episodes in the season, right? So Chris Carter had to blaze through the story really fast. So it's not so much the story, it's that he didn't have time, before they would have to develop that, they would have taken a lot more episodes to develop the story. And he only has so many episodes to get to the point, to get to what he wanted to say. So, he just basically said that he thought that with Doggett, they didn't really have room to give Doggett a good story. And they didn't just want to bring him back for one season to wave at, one scene to wave at the camera. So yeah, I think it would have been cool if they brought Doggett back. But they would have to give him a good. The other thing with Doggett, I think one of the best episodes of season 9 is the episode. It's called Release, I think, where they explain what happened to Doggett's son. Um, but after that, after they explained Doggett's son, Doggett never had a personal motivation to be on the X Files, um, and his emotional motivation to be involved in the FBI and law enforcement, a lot of that was tied to what happened to his son. And so I think that's one of the better episodes of season 9. I think they gave a good ending to Doggett, but it kind of felt like his reason for being involved in this sort of went away after they explained his son. He didn't have something like Mulder, where Mulder's father was involved in the conspiracy and all of this. So if they did bring back Doggett, yeah, I would love for them to bring back Doggett because I was talking earlier about how much I like Robert Patrick, but they would need to really come up with a good story. They would need to come up with a good story that would take a few episodes, you know? And so that would be cool if we got a real season 12 and not a Ryan Coogler store brand season 12. Let go of your Zack Snyder hatred and realize he is coated in the sauce. No, I dislike Zack Snyder's movies. I don't have a personal animus towards him. I think that his movies are garbage. Um, but I have if I ever talk about Zack Snyder in a video again, it's because it's weird. The fan, because I talk a lot in the videos about fan culture, and the way that fans watch things and the way that fans react to things. And so I have become kind of, that's why I mention it as much as I do, is because I've become kind of fascinated with the Snyder Bro phenomenon and the way that Zack Snyder's fans behave. So that one might be interesting to talk about. But contrarian sounds like a purposeful effort to be different and not just a habit of having alternate opinions. Well, contrarian kind of implies that you don't really believe what you're saying. You're just trying to say the opposite because you want to be the opposite. Um, well, I have the opposite opinion as people on certain things because I think that on certain things, a lot of people don't really make the effort to understand them. So that's why I think I have a different opinion. but it's not just because I want to be different. Thoughts on Coppola's post-70s films? I feel like he and have been very underappreciated for. Yeah, I do think that. I think when you start off your career with Conversation, Godfather 1 and 2, and Apocalypse Now, you start off your career with at least three movies that could plausibly be considered the greatest film ever made. And The Conversation, which is, maybe top 20 movies ever made. It's like, well, where do you go from there? Everybody's like, oh, it's disappointing. Coppola's work after that is disappointing. And it's like, the guy can't make the greatest movie ever made every fucking time he goes out. If you start out your career that way, then everything that you do afterwards either has to be the greatest movie ever made or it's going to be disappointing. It's kind of what happened to Orson Welles. You start out with Citizen Kane, then what do you do? Literally anything that's not the greatest movie ever made is going to be a disappointment. Um, I think Orson Welles went on to make all kinds of fascinating, amazing stuff. Trial, Touch of Evil, uh, you know, um, Chimes at Midnight. Orson Welles made so much amazing stuff, and everybody's kind of like, well, he wasn't making Citizen Kane every time, so what a fucking loser. He lost his touch. And it's like, yeah, shut up with that shit. I think Coppola made all kinds of great movies. He's not going to make Godfather every damn time. Okay, that's ridiculous expectation. Um, but yeah, I think Coppola's made lots of really interesting movies. Dracula for one. Um, Favorite Coppola movies? I just listed several, but I love Megalopolis. You guys think that's a hot take, or you think it's being contrarian? I made a whole Megalopolis video if you want to hear my views on that. Um, but yeah, I like a lot of Coppola's later movies. If you want Coppola's favorite Coppola movies, both Coppola and Sofia always tell you that Rumblefish is one of his great movies. So that's definitely an underappreciated one you can go watch. To be honest, I stopped watching during season 8 and lost interest in watching Doggett. Maybe I should finish. Like I just talked a lot about season 9. I think that they were struggling to find a new formula for season 9, and then the second half of season 9 they were just wrapping things up. So it was like they didn't really get to take off with the new cast. But I do think that Doggett's really good. And like I said, I think Release in season 9, the episode kind of wraps up, explains what happens to Doggett's story. I think it's a very, very powerful episode. Um, and I think in season 9, I think the episode William um, and the episode Release with Doggett, I think those are both up there with the Great X Files episode. I think the two-parter, mythology two-parter, Providence and Provenance, that episode I think is, you know, top drawer mythology. Maybe not like one of the greatest episodes the show ever did, but it's high quality mythology episodes. Yeah. So yes, finish the show. Keep watching. Doggett's good. Doggett's good. Season 9's got highlights for sure. Oh, I talk a lot in the video too about the episode Improbable from season 9, which is very, very personal to Chris Carter. And Improbable, even apart from the episode itself, if you understand what Chris Carter is doing there as far as numerology and numbers and everything, and then you look at the rest of the show, that episode Improbable will unlock a lot of the show for you. It'll unlock so many things. Um, Watch Improbable, listen to Chris Carter's audio commentary about Improbable, and then it's going to suddenly a lot of what Chris Carter is doing in his other scripts. That episode is like a key. It's the key to everything, as I say all the time in the video. Um, Raised by Wolves is really good, actually. Yeah, that is very good. That's an underappreciated show I'd recommend. Um, Wait, that you mean the Ridley Scott show, right? Is that what you're talking about? I'm making sure there's not more than one show with that title. I'm talking about the. It was produced by Ridley Scott, and I think it kind of crosses over a little bit with Ridley Scott's. Yeah, that's the show I'm thinking of. It crosses over a little bit with Ridley Scott's Alien prequels because it kind of deals with the AI question and a lot of the similar things. So yeah, it's a cool show. Mm. I know you're a fan of the later seasons, but I feel pilot to end of season 7 works. I clicked on this because when they wrote the end of season 7, they knew that Duchovny was leaving, and they weren't sure how they would handle season 8. So they really thought that season 7, that the finale of season 7 might be the end of the show when they wrote it. And so in that way, it is intended to be a finale for the show. That's why they bring season 7 brings them full circle. They bring back all the characters from the pilot episode. Um, so yeah, season 7 was intended to be a satisfying ending for the show. So it's not a bad ending for the show. But even when it was possibly the ending of the show, Chris Carter always had in mind that he might do more movies. He always had 2012 in mind. Um, so there were definitely secrets that he still was keeping to himself at the end of season 7. So the ending of season 7 was both meant to be a good ending for the series, but it's also, I think the show is incomplete if you stop there because there was always stuff that he had not yet revealed. Whether he was going to reveal it in a movie or in another season, um, there was more. There was more to say, but I do like the ending of season 7. I think is very satisfying, and I like the episodes. Sign and Zeit and Closure about the reveal what happened to Mulder's sister. I love those episodes. I think those episodes are very underappreciated, very emotionally satisfying. So as far as Mulder's sister and that stuff, season 7, yeah, I think is a very good ending. I wanted to chime back in on the Ryan Coogler thing because I think Chris Carter was the one that actually revealed first that the reboot was in the works because they'd already been talking about it. Chris Carter, I think, might have been the first one to publicly reveal that they were working on the reboot, but he revealed it saying that he didn't own the rights to the show and that they were doing it without him and that they didn't have to ask his permission or his blessing. So, yeah, he was aware of it, but they were doing it without his involvement. I think later on he's talked to Coogler, so maybe he kind of gave Coogler a pep talk or whatever, but he's not involved. Um, it is, or at least he wasn't when he talked about it. Um, there's an interesting thing on the David Duchovny podcast where he said, and this was like a couple months ago, and he says that he recently just had lunch with Duchovny and Gillian Anderson. So the three of them got together for a lunch. I don't know if that means that maybe he was trying to mend bridges with Gillian Anderson because I know she was so upset about season 11. Maybe he's talking to Kugler now. Maybe they're trying to get his input or whatever. But I do know that the Kugler reboot was conceived as just, let's ditch Chris Carter and do the show without him, which is why it rubs me the wrong way so much. Um, Cole says, I read your comics. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you read my comics. They exist. They're out there. You can find them on Amazon.com. Um, I try not to go into them too much on the live streams because I know that's not what most people here know me from. But still curious what it will be. Yeah, what the reboot will be since Chris Carter also pitched an X Files animated workplace comedy. That was Chris Carter has also talked about that. I don't know if you know that he said Chris Carter did indeed pitch an X Files comedy animated series. Um, he has said that the idea there was that he came up with that during COVID, and that was kind of a way that because he was still hoping to make season 12 at the time. Remember, this was like 6 years ago, so this is only 1 or 2 years after season 11. He was still hoping to make season 12. He was still trying to get them to make season 12. And then basically what happened is Disney bought Fox, so the ownership changed, the management changed. Suddenly everything was up in the air. And then around the same time, COVID happened, right? So he was still trying to do season 12, but now they were delayed because the ownership changed. And then COVID happened. So he said that basically the idea of the animated comedy X Files was he was thinking during COVID, maybe like an animated show would be it would be a way for people to work remotely and work on the show from home. and he thought that if people could work, he was kind of trying to keep the thing alive, keep the X-Files thing alive. And he thought, oh well, we can't do a live show right at the start of COVID, but he thought we could do an animated show during COVID. So that was kind of a way to keep the ball rolling, keep X-Files stuff coming out. But season 12 was still what he really wanted to do. And I think, after COVID wound down, people got back to work. I think of the animated comedy thing, I think that just kind of died. I think that was just a way to keep the ball rolling when people couldn't meet in person. I think is basically what it was. Um, and if they're going to have an X Files show, Chris Carter is involved, and I would much rather see season 12 than see the X Files animated Office show. So I kind of hope they forget about the show. Um, some have said Rick's comics are a waste of time. Yes, that's what they're called. That's the name for my main series. Um, I need help with what is the season 11 episode Babylon even about? It's season 10 episode Babylon. It's one of those episodes where Chris Carter flies way over my head. Well, without speaking for Chris Carter, if you watch that episode and look up the Bible verses I talk about on the show, there's a lot in there about the fall of Babylon, and that's the episode where Carter has Mulder quote the book of Revelation, and he quotes Revelation 8:2, chapter 8, verse 2, which is why there's 82s all over the shows and 81s. So, without presuming to speak for Chris Carter and say what his intentions were with the episode, he was trying to get into those themes of Armageddon and all those things, I think, and it ties into that. Um, and I think that's the episode where he deals with like uh, radical Islamic terrorists, and then he also has Mulder goes like on a mushroom trip to the afterlife, and there's a lot of weird stuff in that episode. Um, I think what he was trying to deal with was, the Tower of Babel, in Babylon and all that. He was trying to deal with the idea that all these different belief systems need to find a way to coexist and talk to each other and find common ground. I think was what I would say the theme of the episode is, but I don't know. You'd have to ask him. But as far as the stuff in the video, yeah, that's the episode where Mulder quotes the Bible verse, and I think it has a lot to do with Book of Revelation and the end times and all of those themes with William. So that's what I could say about it, and what I talk about in my video. What is the worst movie I've ever seen besides The Last Jedi? I could be mean and say Knives Out if I want to keep going after Ryan Johnson, or I could say The Rise of Skywalker if I want to keep going after the Disney Star Wars. Or if I want to expand my horizons, I could say that the Peter Jackson Hobbit movies are maybe the biggest piles of shit I've ever actually sat through in the theater, aside from Disney Star Wars. Do you think American Horror Story is a new kind of X Files? I haven't seen some of the latest seasons, but it seems it's kind of developed its mythology too. I have a real beef with Ryan Murphy because I think he's just made some of the stupidest shit that's ever been on TV. But he's also done certain things that are really interesting to me because there's a lot of horror movie stuff in American Horror Story that's very much up my alley. That I love horror movies. Um, and I watched the early seasons of American Horror Story, and then I thought it just got so stupid around season 3 and 4. It's like unwatchable. Um, I came back for one of the later seasons, which was it was like some kind of Armageddon thing. They were like all living in a bunker or something underground. Um, and I thought that was I think that's what you're talking about, where they were tying together the characters from some of the earlier seasons. They were tying together, and I thought that was vaguely interesting. But I really can't stand most of Ryan Murphy's shows, so I haven't seen a lot of American Horror Story. Maybe Rick would get along with Peter Greenaway. I do like a lot of his movies. Pillow Book. That's who you're talking about, right? um, Pillow Book and um, trying to. I don't know what I would say my favorites. I'm like going through a list here. Um, I don't know. I'd have to make a list or something. But yeah, I like Peter Greenaway. If he wants to hang out, I'm down. What's the deal with the invisible aliens? The ones that drag Max along in the episode Fallen Angel? Um, I fear that the must. I feel that the much maligned episode Fearful Symmetry has some answers. Yeah, that's actually an interesting tangent that I didn't get into in the video that much, but I do think there's connected. Sorry, I'm starting to get dry mouth after talking for 3 hours. Okay, yeah, in episode Fallen Angels, they show that the aliens have kind of like invisibility cloaking technology. They show that again in season 8 a lot. A lot of they show like the alien ships or ARVs, maybe alien replica ships. They can cloak. There's like a thing where there's one in the desert and Scully's looking for Mulder and the ship's right there and it's cloaked, but she can't see it. So she can't see it because of the cloaking. So yeah, part of the and they show it in season 10 also when Mulder sees the ARV. They show that the ship can cloak and become invisible, like right in front of his eyes. So that's definitely part of the alien technology that the conspiracy recovers from the crashed UFOs is like a invisibility cloaking technology. And so yeah, I think of the episode Fearful Symmetry. I know people aren't a big fan of the invisible alien guy in a gorilla suit episode. It's got some issues, but yeah, I definitely think that was kind of like a backdoor mythology episode. It was supposed to show them they were testing out the alien cloaking technology on these animals, and that was why the gorilla that like can apparently speak great English with her sign language, or she can speak great American Sign Language at least, but the gorilla talks about being kidnapped, and they show the aliens that have the animals, the elephants have like invisibility technology. I think that was supposed to be like a government experiment to test the alien cloaking technology, to test how you could use it on an animal and possibly on a human. So yeah, I think Fearful Symmetry definitely ties into those. That was something that occurred to me. I'm excited that you allude to having some positive things to say about The Force Awakens in your ranking video, because it's not something you hear very much. I'm trying to remember what I said in my ranking video because that was years ago. I think what I said was the first time I saw The Force Awakens, I did enjoy it because I saw it with a very enthusiastic crowd. And, I saw Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford play Leia and Han Solo again. And it was just a thrill, just to see Carrie Fisher, who I love so much, playing Leia. That was fun, Um, and so I came out of that I thought, well, I thought the movie had a lot of problems, but I thought they would be problems that would be fixed in the sequels. I felt like they must be saving everything for the sequels. I didn't realize at the time that they had no plan whatsoever and that they had nothing saved for the sequels whatsoever. So I didn't realize that when I saw The Force Awakens. I just was I knew that the plot had problems. I thought, oh, they're going to fix it later. And I was just happy I got to see Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford. Um, on immediate reflection, though, by the second or third time I saw the movie, I almost fell asleep because I just thought the story was so useless. So the initial glow I had over Force Awakens wore off immediately. And then when I learned more about the behind the scenes, and I realized that no, they had no plans. They weren't going to fix anything in the sequels. That just did away with any goodwill. But that's what's so amazing about the Force Awakens is that I think a lot of people, like myself, started out. We gave the movie the benefit of the doubt. We really wanted to enjoy that movie. And we had so much goodwill. We wanted to enjoy the movie, and they just, all that goodwill, Disney just pissed it away, just completely pissed it away. Rick is my favorite contrarian. He's 100% right on the prequels. Don't agree with all his other takes, but he's correct on the most important thing. I don't know if the prequels are the most important thing, but I'm glad you agree with me. I don't know what other takes I have that you don't agree with, but maybe I shouldn't ask. Um, Sounds like you have plans for deep dives into Millennium and Lone Gunman. Um, if I do my 10-hour ranking video, which would where I rank everything, then yeah, I would review all the Millennium and Lone Gunman episodes, and I think I'd probably put my thoughts there. I don't know if I would do just a Millennium video. Maybe. Millennium's a really interesting show. There's some really amazing episodes in that show. So, um, um, okay. Skimming the comments. With the revelations of season 10 and 11, I don't know why the aliens aren't hostile to the human conspiracy. They're actively attacking aliens and abusing their tech and genes. They won't stop with Earth. I think the aliens are a little bit hostile to the human conspiracy. There's like in episodes Tempest Fugit and Max, the aliens are actively trying to get back one of their power sources that the humans have taken from a downed UFO. Um, I also think that one thing that I thought that people were maybe like not clear on are that because it's very vague in the show how exactly the conspiracy has communicated with aliens. In season 10, they explain it's one of the things that goes by really quickly in season 10, and I think a lot of people don't really think about it, but they explain the aliens, the gray aliens, live whatever hundreds of millions of light years away from us, and they travel here through like I forget what the term they use in shows, but they travel here through like wormholes. Mulder says they use electrogravitic propulsion. What's the term? Maybe somebody will remember. But he talks about they travel here through basically like wormhole technology. But the point is that it's a big production for the aliens to get here from wherever billions of light years away. So it's not as though the aliens are just hanging out on Earth. They'll send like scout ships, but they can't necessarily. I think like when the aliens they have a ship that comes here and it crashes and it doesn't go back home, they wouldn't necessarily know what happened right away. It would take them whatever years to find out, because it's a big production for them to send a ship over here. So I don't think that the aliens are like, they don't have like a little base set up on Mars or something. The aliens are from very far away, and they've probably they're aware of us when we set off our first nuclear weapons. So I think that they're kind of keeping tabs on a lot of the universes. So I don't think that Earth is really their first priority. They're not paying a whole ton of attention to Earth. So they send ships, a few ships here and there, uh, but they're not like hanging out around here. They're not keeping really close tabs. I don't think that's kind of my feeling about the aliens in the show, anyway. Um, Sorry, um, favorite musical. I like a lot of musicals. Being a big giant homosexual, of course I have to like musicals. But I was like, the weird thing about online is like you never know who's going to read what you post, so you don't know if they're going to get the joke or not. You can't assume when you talk to people in real life. You assume a certain common knowledge, and so I was going to make a post about how I was excited for the upcoming Wicked movie because I thought the first Wicked movie was really good. And I was gonna say something like, my inner faggot can't help being excited for this. And then I thought, a lot of people aren't gonna understand that being gay, I'm saying that ironically and I'm joking. I thought, a lot of people just the fact that you use that word is enough that they're gonna be offended by it. And so I thought, like, I can't even joke about that because people are just gonna take the one thing that you say and not understand that it's a joke. But favorite musicals, Cabaret, Rocky Horror Picture Show, uh, Hedwig and the Angry Inch, Wicked's good. It's all super gay stuff. Or I like a lot of classic stuff, Rodgers and Hammerstein and uh, uh, Chicago. Yeah. Did you ever see the Invader Zim movie on Netflix? Yes, I did see the. I love Invader Zim. I love Joan Vasquez. I think I talked about that on another, maybe not the movie, but I talked about Invader Zim on another podcast, another live stream. Do you have a favorite movie poster? My favorite is the one for Revenge of the Sith, where Anakin's cloak forms Vader's mask. It was made by Drew? I don't know. Drew Struzan did do a poster for Revenge of the Sith, but he that wasn't his poster. He did the one with the character heads. He didn't do the cape one. Um, Favorite movie poster? It's got to be probably the poster for Vertigo by Sal Bass. The orange and black. And Sal Bass is amazing. If you don't know who Sal Bass is, he did the title sequence for Vertigo, Psycho, for a bunch of Hitchcock movies, for some Scorsese movies. He did just an amazing graphic designer. He did a ton of posters in the Vertigo poster. Maybe one of the most iconic movie posters ever designed. It's amazing. I have it hanging in my. I have the Vertigo poster hanging in my living room. One of my exes got that for me for a Christmas present. It was the only good thing that came of that relationship, so I still have it in the living room. Um, your prequels video about Lucas film quotations edited to the beautiful Michael Nyman music talking about how Lucas makes his films made me pursue filmmaking. So inspiring. Thank you. That's cool to hear. I had a lot of fun in that video editing everything to the music and that the Michael Nyman music. That's his score that he did for Man with a Movie Camera, and I had a lot of fun editing like Star Wars montages to that music. And since I posted that, at the time it was okay, but with YouTube, the copyright rules change all the time. So since then, it started causing copyright problems that I used those Michael Nyman clips. So my new videos, I'd love to do more stuff with music, but it's always like a crapshoot with YouTube because like even if they let you do it at the time, 3 years later they might come along and say, "Oh, that's a copyright problem. You can't do that anymore," and then your video suddenly gets blocked or demonetized or whatever. So unfortunately, I have to use less music now in my videos. Do you have a single favorite X Files episode? Yes, I do, but that's gonna I can't reveal that because if I ever do my big ranking video, that's gonna be the big reveal at the end of my video, my 10-hour video. Fuck Knives Out. That movie sucks. Yeah, fuck Knives Out. When I get to do my video, I don't think I'm gonna make a Knives Out video, but when I do my video on The Last Jedi and I talk about why I hate Ryan Johnson's writing so much, I'm gonna really dissect Knives Out, so that'll be fun. Yeah, Knives Out was awful. Yes, I'm here for the Knives Out hate. That movie's just so terrible. Gosh, so bad. Um, yeah, Prospero's Books is good. That's a video that I've thought of doing because sorry, I have to click on this real quick. But Yeah, because we were talking about Peter Greenaway earlier, and Prospero's books is Peter Greenaway's version of The Tempest. And I thought that that would be fun video to do to compare like all the different versions of a given Shakespeare play. Like Tempest is actually, if you read my comics, Tempest is something that comes up in there a lot, and it's also Bob Dylan references Tempest a lot. He did an album called The Tempest, so it's one of those Shakespeare plays that's been referenced many different ways, and there's a lot of different movies based on Shakespeare's Tempest, but they're all like radically different movies, completely different takes on the Tempest. So I thought that might be a fun video to like compare all the different versions of the Tempests or all the different versions of Hamlet. Like I love the Kenneth Branagh Hamlet, but there's a lot of other great ones. The Ethan Hawke one is fun. Um, yeah, I don't know how many people would want to watch that. Watch me do like a long deep dive comparing all the different versions of a given Shakespeare play. You know, I don't. I hope I'm wrong. Some of you guys prove me wrong. Prove that you read Shakespeare and that you watch Shakespeare movies, because that would be fun to do. I just don't know how many like Star Wars fans are also want to hear me compare different versions of Hamlet for 2 hours. But yeah, that would be a cool. I do like that movie. It's a good Peter Greenaway movie. Um, I think we probably got to be wrapping this up pretty soon, guys. So I'm skimming the questions, trying to find ones that I shouldn't leave out. I'm sorry if I've missed yours. This has already been pretty long. A follow up to the other comment. I have no grand illusions about Force Awakens quality. I hate the movie, but if Rick had something positive to say about it, I'm sure that it would have been interesting, is all I really meant. Yeah, what I said about it is about the only positive thing I can say about the movie, which is that I did have, the first time I saw it, I did enjoy seeing Leia and Han Solo. But that just went away really quickly. Mm. I meant the prequels are an important thing to agree about when it comes to film, not in terms of everything else in the world. Yeah, I understood. I know. I know. I didn't think that you were saying that Star Wars prequels are the most important thing in the whole world. But mm, Singing in the Rain, yeah, if that's a follow up to talking about musicals, then yeah, I love Singing in the Rain. Part of the reason I like the Wicked movie is I like that old Hollywood classic style of musicals. It's a cool genre, and it's a genre that's just mostly disappeared. People don't like it anymore. And now when they do musicals kind of like ironic. They feel like they have to explain why this is. Oh, characters are breaking into song. That's so weird. We have to like kind of make a joke out of it. And the Wicked musical is just sincere. It's just straight ahead. Like, yeah, the characters sing and dance. It's a musical. They don't feel like they have to make fun of the fact that, oh, we're singing a song. That's so wacky. No, it's a musical. Just go for it. You should just own it. If you're gonna do a musical, just do a musical. Don't do musicals and apologize. That's how I feel about it anyway. Um, Getting a whole lot of love for the Millennium Show in here. I don't know if I'll do a whole Millennium video, but I definitely will review all the episodes if I do my gigantic 10-hour ranking video. So, um, Django Reinhardt stuff isn't getting grabbed by copyright from what I can tell, so try those. That's interesting. I have tried. I like Django Reinhardt. I'm a big fan of Django Reinhardt. I love old sort of that kind of guitar jazz stuff. Um, I did try to use like classical music and stuff on some of these videos, because if it's pre-copyright, but even if you do that, people can still have copyrights over a particular recording. So even though the composition might be pre-copyright or public domain composition, people can still make a copyright claim, and it can still you spend months on the video and then it's out there and then it gets fucked because somebody made a copyright claim. Um, like the Janko Reinhardt's the same. I'm kind of concerned about using Janko Reinhardt because like all that Michael Nyman music that I used in my video, the Michael Nyman music, it didn't cause any YouTube copyright problems when I did the video 6 years ago. And then suddenly, like 4 years later, whoever owns the copyright decided to start going around making copyright claims. It's like, okay, fine, if you own the music and you don't want people to use it, that's your right. But don't do it on something where the video's already been up for 4 years, and then it's like such a pain in the ass because that makes you afraid to use anything. Because you never know if like you have a video and it's okay, and then 5 years from now, suddenly they decide to make an issue about it. So I don't know. That's just kind of why it's just a pain in the ass because the rules change all the time. I know we are far from the eventual The Last Jedi video, but do you plan to cover the common points argued in favor of that movie? Yeah, it's going to be the point of my video on The Last Jedi. Um, I don't want to give away specific things I say because it might be a little. I'm going to finish it pretty soon, actually. It won't be 3 years, but I don't want to reveal specific things I say, because then people can rip it off. But the point of that video is I want all the common defenses of the movie, like, oh, Ryan Johnson's going against expectations. He's subverting expectations. All those stupid talking points that you hear. Yeah, I want to completely dismantle and destroy and ruin all those talking points when I do my Last Jedi video. So. Single favorite episode, maybe Die Hand Die Verletz. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Die Hand Die Verletz. I'm not sure. But I clicked on that because I love that episode so much. I don't know why that's kind of seemed like as a minor episode, but it's such a great episode. That's kind of why I wasn't that into the episode Familiar from season 11, because it kind of felt like a lesser version of like the satanic cult thing. And this episode from season 2, I just love. It's almost an early comedy episode because it's so surreal, but it's also genuinely disturbing, genuinely upsetting. And I love that kind of that balance is really amazing. Um, Thank you, Shadow Raptor. You would watch my video about Shakespeare. I would like to do that. I do want to thank you for your breakdown because I like you and others really because I like you and others had a hard time reconciling seasons 10 and 11, and I think I can now embrace them in a way I hadn't before. Yeah, that's all. Like I say in the video, I went on a little bit of a journey because at first I had the same reaction of a lot of people. I don't, I didn't like viciously hate seasons 10 and 11, but I felt disappointed and I kind of felt like, oh, never mind. I guess I'm not getting my alien invasion. And it was not until I started doing the rewatch that I was really like, holy shit. And season 11 especially, like I've said a couple times on the live stream, um, I think that there's a lot to enjoy about season 11. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw somewhere that Drew Struzan did the poster I was talking about. Maybe he did two posters for the Revenge of the Sith. I know he did another one. He did a poster for Revenge of the Sith that kind of matched the posters that he did for Phantom Menace and the other Star Wars movies. And it's the poster with like several of the characters standing around. I don't think that he did that Kate poster, but if I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know. Um, what is Peter Jackson's best work? I think Peter Jackson is a big hack, and I think that the only time he was entertaining is when he was gifted excellent source material from Tolkien. So I think the movie that he was closest to the book was probably Fellowship of the Ring. So that's probably his best movie, and I think he has Tolkien to thank for that. Um, my first episode was Kadish. I think I'm saying that right. Kadish. and it's somehow that's still one of my favorite episodes. That's a good episode. That's one of those like minor early episodes that people gloss over, but it's a good one. Mm, I think I'm finally caught up to the end of the comments, guys. I'm gonna have to leave pretty soon. So if I missed your comment and you want to get in a final comment, do it now because I finally caught up. Hot take: Brick is also shitty. Yes, it is. Brick is terrible. I think I've told this story on other live streams, but as long as we're shitting on Ryan Johnson, you know, back in the day, like when you rented a DVD, you know, and you'd have the DVD for 2 or 3 days, and so I would in the 2 or 3 days, I had to take the DVD back, so I would make sure that I'd watch every special feature and commentary, and I'd watch the movie 2 or 3 times, you know, because I had to return the DVD. So I watched when I rented a DVD, I watched everything right away. Um, when I rented Brick, I got home and tried to watch it, and I fell asleep during the movie, and that was the only time that I ever rented a DVD and I didn't finish it. And then a few years later, I got I don't think I rented it. I think I got it from a friend, but I got Looper, just another Ryan Johnson movie. Um, and I started to watch Looper, and I had the DVD a few days ago for a few days until I had to give it back to my friend, and I fell asleep during Looper. So Looper and Brick are like the only two times that I had a rented or a borrowed DVD that I didn't finish because they were both shit because Ryan Johnson directed them. So, mm, did I miss you say anything about Diane Keaton? No, I've tweeted about her a few times. I don't think I talked about her much on this live stream, except I was talking about how sad it is all the people that are dying right now. I'm very sad. I love Diane Keaton. Diane Keaton was just such a cool person. You know, she felt like she was your friend. You know, you wanted to hang out with her. In addition to being one of the greatest actresses ever, and if you never read her books, her memoirs are great. All her memoirs, all entertaining. She's a great writer, hilarious person. She was an amateur architect. She renovated a lot of houses. You know, she just did so many cool things. She was a animal lover that rescued a lot of dogs. I think you know she's just one of the greatest people. Approximately how soon can we expect the Force Awakens video? As soon as I finish it. I already edited a lot of the video. Um, Hopefully, it won't be that long. But you know, it's going to be a big one. It's going to be, I don't know. The script is almost as long as the script for my X Files video. You know, so X Files video took me like 3 months to edit because the video is just so many. You know, when you're editing 6 hours, I think I looked at the end and there was something like 7,000 pictures and clips in that video. So 7,000 clips that I have to sit there and go find the clip and then edit the clip. I have to go through it frame by frame to make sure it cuts in correctly, you know, and then you have to go back and edit it to fix problems, fix the copyright claims that come up when you put it on YouTube, you know. So my Force Awakens video, it's like, you know, it's written and a lot of it's already edited. So but we'll see how long to actually just finish it. That just takes, I don't know, a couple months. It's cool that you mostly talk about positive stuff and depths of artistic intent, which is truly inspiring. And the bad stuff like Disney Star Wars seems to trash itself in comparison along the way. Yeah, that's why the Disney Star Wars videos are going to be a little different because usually I do videos about things that I like, but I couldn't do so many Star Wars videos without eventually getting to the Disney Star Wars videos that I don't like. So I hope people don't see them as being really negative because the intent is that I care about artists and I care about art, and so the reason the Disney Star Wars movies piss me off so much is because it's so against artists the way that it was just stolen from George Lucas and the way that they try to make movies like a factory product. That just really is upsetting. But I think ultimately, hopefully, the message of the video will be that we should care about artists. We should care about artists' rights, and that's what's so offensive about these movies. Is how they trample over artists. So in that way, hopefully, there'll be a positive video about my love of art as opposed to just being negative. Um, I don't like being a negative person. It's just when I'm talking about bad movies, there's nothing nice to say. So if we're shitting on Ryan, can we talk about how Breaking Bad is severely overrated, or is the world not ready for that one? As far as Ryan Johnson goes, to be fair, I like Breaking Bad quite a bit. I don't think it's maybe the greatest show ever, but I like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I think that shows like Breaking Bad are much more a showrunner medium as opposed to being a director medium. So I think that you think of Sopranos as being David Chase is the auteur of Sopranos, right? That's how you view it, even though he didn't personally direct most of the episodes. So as opposed to Ryan Johnson, didn't he directed some Breaking Bad, some really good episodes of Breaking Bad, but I think of Breaking Bad as being Vince Gilligan's show. Vince Gilligan being a great writer who wrote a lot of the best X Files episodes. Vince Gilligan wrote Paper Hearts, Pusher, Small Potatoes. So many great episodes. So when I think about how I like Breaking Bad, I give the credit to Vince Gilligan much more than I give credit to Ryan Johnson. But credit where it's due, right? I do like Breaking Bad, possibly overrated, but I like it. And Ryan Johnson did direct episodes that were good episodes. I just give credit for those episodes to Vince Gilligan, not to Ryan Johnson. Hot take: J.J. Abrams is worse than Ryan Johnson. Abrams killed Star Wars while Johnson beat the corpse. Abrams is kind of a historic figure. The fact that one man managed to permanently destroy Star Wars and Star Trek, that's kind of like, wow, that's just like, how does that's worse than just being a bad director. That's like negative talent. Like he could suck all the good things out. He can come into a franchise that he didn't create and it's not his, and he can somehow manage to suck everything good out of it. He's like a talent black hole. He's where J.J. Abrams is like he's where ideas go to die. He can take something brilliant that survived for 40 years, like Star Trek or Star Wars, and just suck everything out of it and turn it into a withered corpse. That's what J.J. Abrams does. Ryan Johnson's just a piece of shit director that thinks he's really clever and makes garbage movies. So if I had to correct, after I sit here for 5 minutes and talk about how I don't like to be negative and I like to be a positive person, that's my take on J.J. Abrams and Ryan Johnson. To end on an X Files note, and not really a spoiler for your ranking video. What's the best good X Files? Isn't that a spoiler for my ranking video to say what the best X Files? If you go back earlier, I gave my list of like 5 or 6 or 7 videos that I would say are the best episode for new viewers. Um, if you're a new viewer, I'll say it again if I can remember. Uh, Beyond the Sea, um, uh, Humbug, Clyde Bruckman's Final Repose, Pusher, Home, uh, Paper Hearts. Um, if you want later season stuff, I said that William and Release are both very good episodes. I love the episodes about Mulder's sister, Signing Sight and Closure. Yeah, I think I just named like 10. Those are all good ones. I think you're talking about Breaking Bad. You say, I mean, it's a fun show, but people pretend that it's on the same level as Sopranos. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Breaking Bad is a very good show, very clever in terms of like plotting and everything. but no, it's not. Sopranos is, you know, Sopranos is, I think, as close as TV gets to being like, great art, like whatever, like Beethoven or, you know, Proust or James Joyce, or you know what I mean, like the very most elevated, complicated art. I think that Sopranos is as close as TV gets to that kind of art. Breaking Bad, I think, is a very, very clever, very well made genre, you know, drug dealer mystery show. But just wanted to say I loved your X Files video. That kind of thorough, real analysis is so rare. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and appreciate everybody that's complimented it that I've skipped over because I can't do all the comments. But okay, getting to the end here. What kind of video editor do you use? I use DaVinci Resolve, which I know a lot of people view that as like the least less professional version compared to like Adobe. Um, I use DaVinci Resolve just because it's simple and it's free. And my videos, the editing is, I don't use a lot of fancy special effects or anything. It's basically, nuts and bolts, like edit the image, edit the sound. I'm not doing like 3D animation or anything. So for what I use on my videos, DaVinci Resolve basically does what I need, and it has a simple, like a, very intuitive kind of interface. You don't have to go to school to use it. So it works for my videos and I stick with it. Where did I learn to love film and the visual arts? That's a good question, but I feel like I want to give it a serious answer. But I clicked on it because it made me think. My mom's birthday is in 2 days, and my mom was when I was little. It was a huge thing. My mom always really valued arts and everything, and she always, from a young age, always tried to show me, art movies, showed me the stuff that was winning Oscars. She tried to. I always had books in the house. Took me to museums, showed me paintings, And my mom was from a kind of middle class background. I think she didn't even finish high school. Um, and so, her frame of reference was what it was. She heard about new movies and new books and things from like Entertainment Weekly magazine. She wasn't like, you know, she didn't go to Oxford or something, but she had an appreciation of artists. And she loved art, and she tried to show me, within her frame of reference, she tried to show me stuff, and so she would like expose me to a lot of, she was a huge Bob Dylan fan. I get that from her. So she tried to introduce me to like the best of popular music, and she played Mozart for me. I had like classical music CDs when I was little. So just the fact that she gave me from a very young age just the idea that art is good, and it's good to learn about art. It's good to seek out old art, classical music, and it's good to it's good to educate yourself. Education is good. Um, and for that, even though she didn't know every obscure foreign movie, she didn't hadn't seen every silent movie. She didn't have technical music training. She couldn't teach me how to read sheet music or anything. But just the fact that she gave me an appreciation, and that it's good to learn about art, and it's good to be curious, you know. Um, and I'm really thankful to her for that. That I grew up with that. Um, so yeah, I would give her a lot of credit. So okay, more. I know you're a Burton fan and a Jackson detractor, but I did feel like there was a reference to Brain Dead in Beetlejuice 2024 AD, which is one of my favorite parts of the film. Yeah, okay. I do appreciate parts of Peter Jackson's work, I guess. I shit on him because I was a Tolkien fan first before Peter Jackson came along into my life. And so I was already very devoted Tolkien fan. And then Peter Jackson came along and made his movies, which I feel like in a lot of ways just pissed all over Tolkien. So that's why I kind of have a beef with Peter Jackson. If I was to be really honest, I do like kind of some of the splatter, bad taste stuff. Um, and I love the new Beetlejuice movie, the Big Burton film. So if you twisted my arm, I could maybe find nice things to say about Peter Jackson. I just wish that he would stay the fuck away from Tolkien's work, and I wish that they would stop and not make the stupid Golem movie. uh, you said at one point you planned on collaborating with Noms again. Is it still happening soon? Yes, I am talking to him about both being on his channel and him coming on my channel. So I can't confirm anything or I can't speak for him, but it would be nice if that happened soon. Breaking Bad overrated. How dare you, Cole? Yeah, how dare you? I think we already covered that. Breaking Bad is a really good classical sort of Greek tragedy. Yeah, I'd go with that. Yeah, I think it's what me and Cole are both saying is that Breaking Bad is good, but Sopranos is a different. It's just a different level of craftsmanship. But I do think that Breaking Bad has a great kind of tragedy story with Walter White and everything. I wish Vince Gilligan would have done new X Files episodes. Yes, I wish Vince Gilligan. Yeah, I wish he would have written something for the revival seasons. But the revival seasons were short, and they only had so many episodes, and they did manage to get back Glenn Morgan and James Wong, who are two like OG great X Files writers. They managed to get Darren Morgan, and Chris Carter, of course, is the only absolutely necessary one. So after those four guys, there weren't that many episodes left over. And also, you do want to get in some new blood, and they had new writers that did like the episode with the drones in season 11, which was a good one. So I thought they had a good mix of old and new. If they got to do like a full length season, or if they got to do seasons 12 and 13, so they had a couple 20, 30 episodes. At that point, yeah, I really hope they would get Vince Gilligan back. It would be nice to get Frank Spotnitz back. That would be cool. Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. Seems like you're saying that just to fight. I don't know. I do think Better Call Saul is really good, though. I don't know if it's better. Maybe it's better. I don't know. He did say the world might not be ready for his Breaking Bad hot take. He warned you guys. A lot of people talk about planning is essential for a show. It's good, yes, but Breaking Bad had a lot of changes along the way, which improved it. I clicked on this comment because it's this I feel like is really relevant to my X Files video and to my Star Wars videos, and something I think people don't get because a lot of people kind of like try to discredit George Lucas or Chris Carter by saying, "Oh, they didn't have it all planned out." You know, as somebody who myself has worked on, like I talked about, I have my own little universe for my stories that I've worked on my whole life. Um, I have like I think Frank Spotnitz says in the video that Chris Carter has a floating destination on the horizon for X Files, but on the way to that destination, you discover new things, and that's how any big project, even if you write it fast, any big project, um, you have to leave room to develop. You have to leave room to explore. You can't have everything planned out. But the fact that you don't have everything planned out, that doesn't mean that you don't have a master plan. And Chris Carter and George Lucas both very, very definitely had a master plan. Chris Carter, like I show in the video, he knew 2012 was important back in season 2. So there's a plan, but within that plan, Chris Carter's talked many times about if he brings in a writer and the writer has a great idea, or if they hire an actor and that actor turns out to be a great actor, and you want to do an episode that's all about that character because the actor was so good, those things happen. Those happen all the time. And part of good writing is you have to be open to that. So you just have to. You really have to have a plan, but you also have to be open-minded. You know, I think that the other way of doing it, like the Disney Star Wars way of just having no plan whatsoever, that's even worse, obviously. You do have to have a plan. But if you have every scene planned out before you ever start them, what's the point? You have to discover things while you're writing. Okay, guys. Wait. Um, I'm ignoring an anti-Zack Snyder comment, despite it being tempting, because I like to shit on Zack Snyder anytime I can, but I don't want to get on a tangent because I've been saying for half an hour we need to wrap this up. Um, ordered the X Files complete Blu-ray recently. Excited to rewatch in HD. That will be super cool. They, I got to say that the X Files, a lot of them when they try to restore it to HD, they do a really shitty job. They make a lot of mistakes, or they don't restore the effects properly because, of course, originally a lot of like the X Files effects were rendered in standard definition, which is like 480p, which looks like hot garbage today. So when they up, I was saying that though because the X Files I think is an example that they did a really good job. There are some problems. There are a few mistakes. They got some of the fonts wrong. They left off one of the opening title taglines, but for the most part, they tried really hard. But they did have to basically just recreate a lot of the special effects, completely redo things. Um, so you have to be very careful that you respect the original intentions. And I feel like for the most part, the X Files is one of the better examples of how to do that. They did do a good job. So you'll have fun with your Blu-rays. Um, okay. I can never watch the home episode ever again. Way too disturbing. My favorite episode is Jose Chung's from Outer Space. Home is great though. Yeah, it's disturbing. It should be though. But it's great. It's so good. Mad Men's very good. I'd say Sopranos is better, but Mad Men's very good. Um, Sopranos is truly groundbreaking television, while Breaking Bad is just a very well executed tragedy. I think Breaking Bad was fairly groundbreaking too, but yeah, I think we're reaching a consensus here with the comments that yes, Breaking Bad is good, but something like Sopranos, I think, is just another level. Um, okay. Breaking Bad is conventional. It succeeds at it, but it's baffling to see it at the same level as Twin Peaks and Sopranos. Yeah, Twin Peaks, especially, Twin Peaks season two is kind of compromised because David Lynch left for a while, but season three of Twin Peaks, I would say, is what I'm talking about. At the very highest level of like great art, I would put Twin Peaks season three at that masterpiece level. Um, a follow up question. I remember in a previous live stream you're going to watch the re release of Shin Godzilla. Sadly, I was supposed to go see that with my aunt, who my aunt is a big movie person. I see a lot of movies with her. She was actually one of the people like my mom that my aunt used to like. I grew up originally in Orange County and then in Riverside, and my aunt would like drive me into Hollywood, into the art house movie theaters, to like show me art house movies, foreign movies, and so my aunt, ever since I was a little kid, my aunt takes me to a lot of movies, and we always have fun doing that. And then recently she moved up to the Bay Area, so we go to see movies again. My aunt and I were supposed to go see Shin Godzilla when they reissued, and I was very excited. She's a big Godzilla fan, and at the last minute, my cousin had a health emergency. My cousin was in the hospital, so we canceled our Godzilla plans. So I didn't actually see uh, Shin Godzilla. I'll probably see it some other way soon. I'd like to see it very much. Mm, okay. A next generation video would be fun. Um, Like I said earlier, like when I was a little kid, when I liked Tolkien, I was obsessed with Tolkien. I learned to write in. I can actually still write in Elvish. The Tingor is the Elvish writing. I don't speak Quenya or Sindarin. I only know a few words. Quenya and Sindarin are the main Elvish languages, but I can still write in Tingor. So, but earlier I was saying, like as a kid, from the time when I was little, if I liked something, I would get really obsessed with it. Um, and when I was little, I liked Star Trek, and I got really obsessed with Star Trek. And I had a Starfleet uniform, and I learned basic Klingon. It's probably embarrassing to admit, but I was really obsessed with Star Trek. So, yeah, maybe someday. Next Generation, by the way, when we were talking about remastering old shows up to HD, Next Generation is another show that they, like the X Files, they did a really good job on the HD remastering for Next Generation, and I've had a fun time rewatching it in HD because it looks great. Um, X Files, other than Signing Zeit and Closure, what are your favorite X Files two parters? Um, making the video, I was thinking a lot about the three-parter from season 2 to 11, Anasazi, Blessing Away, Paperclip. If you go back and rewatch those three episodes, it is truly amazing how many ideas Chris Carter packs into those episodes. All the stuff about mythology, about the Jesus symbolism and the white buffalo thing, all the stuff about World War II and the Nazis and the superhumans, and all the stuff about the smallpox vaccine. He introduces the syndicate. He introduces the idea of Strughold. Um, God, there's even more of the stuff about the MJ documents. All the stuff about Krychek working for the Cancer Man, and then Cancer Man turning on him, and that whole plot. And if you go watch those three episodes, and it's amazing just how many ideas Chris Carter has, and it's fun because you're seeing an artist. It's like at his peak, and the idea you could tell at that point, like the ideas were just exploding out of him. He had all this stuff. He went in. He talked about he went and he did like his little. He did like the blessing way ceremony with. I don't remember if he ever said which. I think they were. It was a Navajo ceremony he did. I think I could be wrong about that, but he went and he started exploring Native American mythology at that point in his life, and he did like a real blessing way type of ceremony. Um, you know, and so he was like, you could tell like he was just on fire. Like all these ideas, all these mythology ideas, and ideas about government conspiracy and history and alien. It's just exploding. So if you watch it, it's really, really incredible just how many ideas are in those three episodes. It's something else. It's really cool. It's really something to see. Well, that's a random question. Thoughts on the day the clown died? Clown cried. The day the clown cried. The Jerry Lewis movie, I assume you mean. I hear that they might actually be able to see that in a few years. That would be interesting. That's Jerry Lewis's infamous comedy about a clown in a concentration camp. It's gonna be it'll be interesting. I'll say that about it. Yeah, did anybody here watch Shelby Oaks? Before I leave, tell me real quick if you saw Shelby Oaks, because I have not seen it yet, but I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear if he makes sure to get a well-rounded view of things, and if he has the camera randomly break the 180-degree rule for no reason to get a well-rounded view of the hunting. I'd like to hear that. Tempest Fugit and Max is a good two-parter. I love a lot of the big mythology two-parters. If for kind of a hot take choice, Dreamland 1 and Dreamland 2, I think that was the only two-part comedy that they did. And it's actually really funny. You have, Morris Fletcher and all that stuff is great. Morris Fletcher, speaking of Better Call Saul, Michael McKean is a genius actor. And he was one of the highlights of the Lone Gunman show, actually. That Morris Fletcher came back. Real hot take, Deadwood is better than The Sopranos. I don't know about that bullshit, but I do think Deadwood is a masterpiece. Deadwood I would put up there at that, that upper echelon I'm talking about was like Sopranos, Twin Peaks season 3. Deadwood, the writing on Deadwood is real literature. I mean, that's real writing. It's legit Deadwood. Um, and the Deadwood movie even is amazing. Um, Deadwood. I'm trying to remember. Let me look it up real quick. I'm trying to remember. Okay, I was looking up the director of the Deadwood movie, but mm, David Milch is a genius writer, and the fact that he wrote the Deadwood movie when I think he now has I don't Alzheimer's or some kind of dementia, and that he was still able to, they said he can really only focus for like a few hours at a time, and he starts to have short term memory loss and confusion. Very very tragic for that to happen to a genius, but the fact that even in as he was getting like early dementia, that he was able to write that movie, um, fucking unbelievable, and it's a perfect movie. It just perfectly like ties up all the things from the show. A beautiful emotional movie. Um, so yeah, I wouldn't say Deadwood is better than Sopranos, but I would say that Deadwood is in the same echelon of great art as Sopranos, and I would say David Milch is a genius, one of the greatest ever TV writers. Um, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I was just talking about Michael McKean. So yeah, Chuck McGill on Better Call Saul is a more interesting antagonistic force than any of Walter White's post 9/11 paranoia minority antagonists. That's an interesting description of them. And neo Austrian painter fans. That's a very eloquent description of Breaking Bad, I guess. Yeah, I think that Chuck McGill is a great bad guy, great because he is the antagonist for that show in a lot of ways, and in a lot of ways, he kind of drives Jimmy to doing a lot of the stuff that he does. But at the same time, like most great bad guys in literature, Chuck McGill is a very flawed person, and Chuck McGill thinks that he's the hero of his own story, just like the CSM thinks that he's the hero of the X Files, Um, but the way that Chuck just sort of tortures and destroys his brother, very very tragic, and yeah, Chuck, and of course, yeah, Michael McKean, like I just said, a genius actor. So I think Chuck was totally amazing character Breaking Soul, on Better Call Saul. Mm, there's a ton of things that were improvised from older Star Wars movies and they were quoted in later Star Wars movies. It's a good example of, yeah, George Lucas was always open to, to exploring new things, and he would fold it into his plan. He had a plan from very early days. I show a lot of that in my video about the sequel trilogy. That he had very concrete ideas, like from 1975. He had very specific ideas about like, Obi-Wan Kenobi's backstory and stuff like that, and how the Force works. You know, um, but then you adapt as you go. And you have to listen. If you hear a good idea, you have to be open minded. That's how writing works. Um, but yeah, there's lots of things that were happy accidents in the early Star Wars movies, but then later on they got folded in. Mm, Favorite Sergio Leone movie? What do I think about Once Upon a Time in America? Once Upon a Time in America might be my answer to both. It might be my favorite. Um, I don't know. Like I'm cheating and scrolling through his filmography real quick to see if I'm forgetting something. Probably Once Upon a Time in America or The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. But yeah, I think Once Upon a Time in America. That's great. 6 hour cut would be good. So I guess to the question of where did you learn to love art is just growing up in California because that's where movies are made pretty much. I could be wrong. Yes and no. I don't think that people in California are necessarily more appreciative of art. There's a lot of, dumbasses in California. There's also even in Hollywood, there's a lot of people that don't care about art. They just care about the business part of it. Um, Hollywood, it's an industry town. That doesn't mean everybody working there is like, watching art house movies and everything. But it did, the fact that I grew up in Southern California, it did mean that within a short drive, my aunt could take me to see, foreign movies and art house movies. And there was even a theater by my house that like, on Halloween they showed like the silent Phantom of the Opera, and so I got to see cool stuff like that. Um, so that probably comes from growing up near Hollywood. I was able to go see a lot of those things in theaters, whereas I know in other states you wouldn't necessarily have that chance. But there's also a lot of people in work in the movie industry that just don't care about art at all. That it's a business, it's a job for them. So mm, mm. I think Rod Serling is the OG genius of sci-fi TV. Yes, I would agree. I think that he really paved the way. People forget how new TV is. That it really, most people didn't have it until like the 1950s. And I'm not that old, being 43, but when I grew up, I was born in 1982, so the 1950s, that was, it was only 30 years ago. So when I was a little kid, TV was basically as old as right now, like the 90s, um, 30 years ago. So it's really like when I was a little kid, I would still see, they still showed I Love Lucy and all kinds of stuff on TV all the time. So it's like really the medium isn't that old. And so stuff like the original Star Trek and the original Twilight Zone, yeah, I really kind of invented TV. And Rod Serling really kind of invented a lot of the idea of sort of like anthology show. Hitchcock had his shows. He did, there were other anthology shows. But yeah, Twilight Zone super, super groundbreaking. Um, a lot of HD remasters are AI monstrosities. Yes, that's true. A lot of HD remasters are nightmares. Both Next Generation and X Files, why I keep pointing out that those are good ones, because they actually went back and did new HD scans of the original film negative, so they did it properly. Then, especially in X Files, there's a lot of special effects shots, so that leaves them either with the option of upsampling the original effects or recreating the original effects. And I think in most cases, what they tried to do is keep as much of the original negative as they could, and then either recreate or upsample the bit that was a special effect part. And in X Files, they did it really pretty accurately. There's scenes like there's that big shot where Krychek is on the Krychek is on the alien ship and he's puking up the black oil, and there's that big shot that shows the silo, and the spaceship's small at the bottom of the silo. Well, of course, in the original filming, they just filmed the little spaceship and Krychek. That's all they have in the original shot. And the rest of that shot is just a matte painting, and it's a matte painting that was originally done at standard definition, so like 480p. So that matte painting is basically unusable if you want to do HD. So in the remaster, you can compare like DVD screen captures to the HD X Files Blu-ray screen captures, and basically, I think what they did is they took the original film element for Krychek and the spaceship, and then everything else they just had to recreate it again because there wasn't enough detail. And so, if you compare them side by side, you'll notice that all the lights on the silo are completely different lights. They're in a different place. So it's like a whole new shot, except for the spaceship. But I compared them side by side, and I was like, it's a whole new effect, yes, but it's essentially like the intent of the original shot is still there. It's still the same mood, the same colors, the same composition. So for all intents and purposes, I feel like it respects the original work. Um, but there are a lot of HD remasters where they just go whole hog, either replace the original work or they just totally they just let AI just completely do it without any human interference. And AI will do some stuff that looks cool and some stuff that's just absolute not even close. So yeah, I would say that Next Generation and X Files are examples of how to do it right. But a lot of it is so. In another generation, they're gonna have to go back and fix it all again. Go back and replace all the work that was just bad, 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 bad work. So okay, guys, we just passed 4 hours, so I really do gotta. Shelby Oaks does feel largely resided over. I've been told that. I've been told it's a very ponderous kind of movie. Um, 60s Batman on Blu-ray looks great. Yeah, because 60s Batman show was filmed on 35 millimeter, and there's not really many special effects. So when they do it on Blu-ray, they can go back and scan the 35 millimeter, and it can look better than the TV show ever did without having to do all these special effects or to do something that's not true to the original. Because that original 35 millimeter is still there; they can just go scan it. So in the cases where the studios have actually saved the original assets, um, Batman, the Batman TV show looks way better than it ever looked before. But it's not a new show. It's not a AI or it's not something different. It's the original, it, as it was originally shot, originally intended. So that show looks great. Mm. I asked the question about what inspired your love of film because your Star Wars videos helped inspire my love of film. Um, mm, that is really cool. I'm really glad because I get so many comments from like red letter media types of people that are just like, "Oh, you think you're so smart? You're such a movie snob. How dare you try to teach us anything?" A lot of people are just very resistant and to you trying to show them something new. Like, hey, look at this. You never heard about this. Look at this. So it's cool to hear that some people actually get inspired rather than being uh, belligerent. Okay. I'd like to click on these ones making fun of Shelby Oaks, but I haven't even seen it yet. I have to limit myself at some point. Favorite Clive Barker book? That's an interesting question. I think I talked about Clive Barker in another live stream. But I clicked on this because it reminded me of when I was a little kid. I read a book called "The Thief of Always," which is like kind of a young adult Clive Barker book. But I just randomly picked that out of a library when I was a little kid, and that was actually the start of liking Clive Barker. So that's a cool book if you want that kind of young adult horror movie, horror scenario. But it really freaked me out when I was a little kid. I liked it a lot. Mm, why are the Harry Potter movies bad? I think the Harry Potter movies are basically just they're just fan service. They're just kind of like what would the fans want to see. I don't think that they really hold together on their own as movies, separate from the books. But I don't know. I do think Crimes of Grindelwald is better than the Harry Potter movies based on the book. I don't think Secrets of Dumbledore is quite as good as Crimes of Grindelwald, but I like both of those better than the movies that are based on the Harry Potter books, just because those were actually written as movies. So for me, they work better. The ones that were adapted as books, I just felt they never really stood on their own as movies, and they also weren't really good adaptations of the books. They weren't really what I wanted to see. So mm, I'm a huge fan of Red Letter Media. Yes, the question is, are you a fan of Red Letter Media? I love Red Letter Media. In fact, I'm one of those guys that spends all day. If I find a YouTube video that disagrees with Red Letter Media, I go over there and I hit dislike, 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 and I have a little tantrum in the comments, and then I hit like on my own comment, and then I reply to my own comment. I'm one of those people. So yes, LOL, Johnny. Um, I do say in my Star Wars video that I think that some of the Red Letter videos are funny. They're entertaining. I just don't think that they're film critics. I don't think that they know what they're talking about really in most cases. But I say all this in my Star Wars video. Um, no, I never had the Ninja Turtle Hostess pies as a kid. Are those good? Should I have those? I was a big Ninja Turtle fan as a kid. You can probably see behind me. I've got my you can see the little Rat King and Casey Jones and Slash figures. That's the box actually right behind me is the box for the they just reissued the sewer layer playset, which was exciting because as a kid I could never afford the sewer layer. So now I got my own sewer layer. Super excited. Um, but no, I never had the Hostess pies. I loved the Ninja Turtles toys as a kid. Mm, okay, I think we're almost to the end. Last comment. It's going to step out, but it was a good way to kill 4 hours. I agree. That was fun. 4 hours, though, I think I'm amazed any of you sat here. I don't know why any of you guys don't have better things to do with your evening, but I appreciate that you guys were hanging out and asking cool questions. This was fun. Thank you guys for watching. Probably going to do another X Files live stream soon, but hopefully going to have the Force Awakens video done soon too. So I'll do a Star Wars live stream. Might be the next one. But it was cool hanging out. I appreciate all the intelligent questions. It was nice to hear from you guys. And checking these very last comments so I don't ignore something important. Mostly it's people saying thank you and saying nice things. So thank you guys for watching. Thanks for watching the videos. Hope you enjoy the next video. It's going to be coming soon. So check back and I'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you.